Okay, we're back. I don't think the controller is working, so we're just gonna go with the mouse and keyboard. This music reminds me of what track was it in Final Fantasy VII? I don't remember. It really does remind me of that. Alright, so yes, Daniel. No, actually, you're not a slug. That's offensive to slugs. How are you, Daniel? Okay, where did we stop last time? We should have done a recap. I don't remember where we stopped. Okay, I think... Oh yeah, we were... Tama was eating. She went looking for the box with the energy drinks. Well, not really energy drinks. Heat drinks. Osawa, meanwhile, was at home. Minorikawa was interviewing people. And Kano was meeting his father, potential father-in-law. Trying to wake up. People sleep still. That's so 2022. People have moved on. Okay, back to Dogenzaka, I think. That's the best option for us. Achi, I think, is where we stopped. Sneaking out from the alley, Achi and Hitomi began to make their way along the side streets back toward Dogenzaka. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main road. You know, the problem is, I'm sitting so close to the TV, the text feels too big to read properly. Maybe I should just look at OBS, smaller screen. It was a pretty big detour compared to taking the main thoroughfare. That would be worth it. It meant they avoided the man with a cane. Achi looked over at Hitomi as she walked alongside him. Her face was solemn. He could feel the intensity of her worry for her sister.
Ah, well, look who's got himself a little cutie.
A sudden call startled him. He spun around.
Yeah, mean clean. Over here.
Achi spotted a young man up ahead, sneering at him. At his side were two others. Achi recognized a lot. SOS. Hitomi let out a nervous squeak.
Achi?
Don't worry about them. He led her onward, attempting to stride right past the trio. Yeah, the music is ominous.
Oh, hey now, you just gonna ignore me? That's pretty damn rude, especially coming from someone who used to be an old body.
The three toughs moved to bar Achi's path.
She's hella fine. Come on, ain't you gonna introduce us?
Hella fine, extremely attractive. The etymology of hella is somewhat unclear, but its meaning is undisputed. Very, a lot of, totally, and the like. Potential synonyms for hella fine include mighty fine, fine as hell, and banging. Take note, Daniel. Sorry, man, Achi said. I'm in a bit of a hurry here. He gave them a tepid smile.
A big hurry, huh? Where to? Some love hotel in Mariamacho? Dear Red.
Another chimed in.
Yes, screamer, Archie. Ah. Archie.
Take a stereotypical way to book fun at Toho would be amorous couple. Take Archie's name. There you go. They burst out howling like a gang of monkeys. I would have said hyenas more than monkeys. One of them cackled like a grinning idiot. How does grinning idiot cackle? That's not a very good description.
Archie. Staying alive.
Archie felt his anger boil. These guys were in sore need of a major ass kicking. But there was too much at stake. He was going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. Which choice do you want us to go with, Daniel? You're the driver for this. A or B? A is ass kicking. B is just suck it up, ignore them. B. So you're that kind of person, Daniel. Avoiding confrontation. Should have known. But there was too much at stake. He was just going to have to suck it up and ignore them for the time being. Gritting his teeth, he tried to slip past them, but the largest of the three grabbed him by the collar.
You ran out, man. Asuma's the one who runs this town now. You got no right to keep acting like you're the boss of us.
He shoved Archie up against the wall.
Says who?
Archie asked.
Asuma?
They went now.
Did Asuma say I've got no right to act like the boss?
Bitch, please. Asuma ain't got time to worry about your sorry ass.
Oh, is that so?
Archie's fist flashed out, catching the man clean on the jaw. He dropped to the ground with a dull thud.
Says, tell Asuma this. Everyone in Shibuya needs to just play nice and have fun.
Archie kept his tone light and jovial, but he eyed the two other toughs like a hawk eyeing its prey.
Is he going to be alright?
Hitomi murmured. She looked at the man Archie had laid out with some concern.
He'll be fine. But that's all it took to knock him out. He's got no right to act all badass.
Archie, I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
What? Suddenly louder music? How is the audio balance, by the way? Good? I did fiddle around with it earlier because Metal Gear was too quiet at some point. A tall man with an angry gleam in his eyes had appeared atop the steps nearby. He must have turned up during the commotion. He does not look angry to me. He radiated a distinct aura of menace.
That's me, Archie replied. But just who are you?
For once, it was someone he didn't recognize.
The name's Yoji Kiryu.
Kiryu-chan used to roll with a gang from Ikebukuro until a few months ago. Known as the killer whale of Bukuro, he answered any and all resistance with his fists. His crazy antics led to him being kicked out of the gang. However, and lately he's been hanging around Shibuya. I joined up with SOS after you left. Now, I'm Susumu's number 2 guy. he's number 2 guy. Just like Daniil. Always the number 2 guy. The newcomer stared at Archie's face, sizing him up.
Our legendary founder. I've heard so much about you.
The founder. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. There had been a bunch of arguing over who would take charge of the new group that was forming to set things straight in Shibuya. At some point, folks had started hailing him as the force behind SOS. But founder, that was just something his buddies called him. He had never paid it much heed. Shibuya was a place for fun, not hierarchies. At least, in Archie's mind, that was how it ought to be.
Like how you busted up some Maine old drug dealers, rescued your pals from Yakuza bondage.
Bondage? Here, bondage is used strictly in the sense of captivity. Any other types of Yakuza bondage will not be featured in this game. Sorry if the tip link here got your hopes up. Yeah, sorry Daniil.
You're a real hero.
Hiryu's tongue flicked from his mouth like a snake's. Psst. Hitomi shuddered. Archie couldn't blame her for being creeped out.
That's all in the past now, isn't it?
Hiryu continued.
You went modestly on your way. It's up to us now. And we've helped SOS grow by leaps and bounds to help carry on your legacy, no matter who stands in our way.
That thought didn't sit right with Archie. If aggressive expansion was the name of the game, the gang was losing touch with its roots. It wasn't about keeping Shibuya safe and fun anymore. Make SOS bigger, huh? Is SOS the name of your penis?
Make SOS bigger, huh?
He said.
I'm guessing that was someone's call as well.
Kiryu didn't answer his question. His mouth merely twisted into a knowing sneer.
In any event, I think these boys here need a little lesson in manners. The guillotine ought to do the trick.
A capital punishment device invented in 18th century France. The condemned is executed by decapitation, by means of a heavy blade that descends from above. Named for physician Joseph Ignace Guillotin, who advocated its use to the National Assembly. Both King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were executed by guillotine. The other gang members started in alarm.
Whoa, hey, just calm down, man.
Please, anything but the guillotine. Hiryu pointedly ignored their pleas.
Oh, hey, what's the guillotine?
Archie asked. Hiryu smirked.
The guillotine is the guillotine.
With me, worms. Without a glance back, Kiryu strolled away. His 2 underlings followed him unhappily. Archie wondered what lay in store for them. Right now, he had more important things to worry about.
Come on, let's go.
He took Hitomi by the hand, and they were back on their way. Oh, Hitomi perked up. That's me. She reached into her pocket and took out her cell phone. They don't have any other song that they feature in this game? Huh? She stared at the screen with consternation. That's constipation. What is it? Archie asked.
It's an email.
From Mr. Tanaka.
Who's Mr. Tanaka?
He works with my father. I'm not sure what I should do. Archie remembered that the criminal had warned her against contacting her family or the police. She seemed reluctant to even open this message.
I'm sure it's fine to just read an email, he said. And besides, it's not the police and it's not your family.
Yeah, you're right. I still don't trust Tanaka. Hitomi scanned the message anxiously. It sounds like he's worried about me, she said.
Then does he know about the kidnapping?
Yes, I know my father trusts him. And he's always been so. Hitomi cut herself short. It was clear to Achi that she and this Tanaka person had some sort of close relationship. I wonder if it's safe for me to let him know what the situation is.
I think it should be,
Achi told her.
I mean, the kidnappers aren't gonna know you sent an email, right?
Look at the way he's looking at the phone. He's like the jealous boyfriend. He's really looking at that phone. Hitomi began typing out a response, and it's very long. Dear Mr. Tanaka, there is this creep right next to me. He's staring at my phone. I'm not sure what to do. And then there was this voice in my head. I think it sounds like a streamer. He's narrating everything. I don't know what to do. Should I just stop sending? Why won't this stop? This is like a new nightmare for me. It's hell on earth. He also smells like rubbish. And he's carrying rubbish bags with him. I don't know why. Archie watched over her, wild speculations running through his mind. There was no way a mild-mannered young lady like her could be dating one of her father's co-workers, was there? Her father? I can't jump. Why? Because I didn't continue his story long enough. Unless she was all about finding herself a sugar daddy. Hey, don't judge. No, he was being ridiculous. Archie banished the thought from his mind. Did he though? Did he banish it? Besides, Hitomi's personal life wasn't the problem right now. The problem was that psycho with a cane and the gun. Is something wrong? Hitomi asked. She had finished sending her email, which was 10 pages long.
Oh no, nothing at all.
Archie did his best to look nonchalant. It was a good thing she couldn't read his mind. They exited Center Gai and resumed their approach toward Dogenzaka by way of Maruyamacho. There are many hotels at Maruyamacho. They are not ornery establishments, but rather the sort of hotel where two people who are so inclined might, redacted. A couple heading to this kind of place in the early afternoon would, without a doubt, be assumed to be bent on... Well, one of them is gonna get bent, the other won't be getting bent, or maybe both will get bent, I don't know. You might be wondering whether an option for these two to get up to mischief will appear as a selection prompt. Well, don't get your hopes up. This isn't that kind of game. Sorry, Daniil. Another long detour to decrease their odds of running into the gunman. They made an unlikely pair. Scruffy Archie, limbs lackadaisically swinging to hide his embarrassment, and brisk, purposeful Hitomi. Archie found himself watching her out of the corner of his eye. That is not watching her out of the corner of his eyes, it's straight up just looking at her. He could still feel her anxiety. He wished there was some way he could ease her fears.
Hey, Hitomi, mind if I ask you something?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I realize this might be kind of a weird question, but...
He put on a serious face.
What does eco and eco-friendly mean?
Huh?
Like, I know it's about helping the earth and all, but I don't know what it really means, you know?
Hitomi thought for a moment. I'm pretty sure it's short for the English word ecology, which is the science of examining the relationship between man and nature. Subset of biology that deals with the reciprocal relationship between organisms and their environment. Nowadays, the term can also refer to cultural and social effects on the global environment. The latter usage can be broad and imprecise, making the exact meaning somewhat difficult to define.
Alright, science.
Pleased with himself, Archie chattered on excitedly. A faint smile crept back on Hitomi's face.
Say, you ever hear about the clean river here in Shibuya?
Clean River? In Shibuya? Really? Ask 100 youngsters outside of Shibuya Station the same question, and you'll probably get that same answer 100 times.
Yeah, the Shibuya River. You know that drainage channel we saw earlier?
Wait, that's the clean river you're talking about? By no reasonable definition was the Shibuya River what anyone would call clean.
That's the one.
Archie grinned at her confusion.
See, the river used to be clean a long time ago. Read about it in this old book called Science Strikes Back.
Popular monthly magazine, abbreviated SSB. The series has been running for 29 years now. The Strike Back appendix is still immensely popular with children. The woman who handles the home deliveries is known as the SSB lady. And children wait excitedly on the 25th of each month for her to make her rounds. I used to have that book, Hitomi chirped, her eyes wide with excitement. You're talking about that bit with the river that got turned into a song, right? The famous 1912 song Haru no Ogawa, The Spring Brook, with lyrics by Tatsuyuki Takano and music by Teiichi Okano. It is said that the song was inspired by the view of the upper course of the Shibuya River during Takano's childhood. In the modern day, there is a stone monument bearing the song's lyrics along with the Odakyu, a line between Yogi Hachiman and Sangobashi. Maybe she doesn't like penis. Well, she might like penis, but penis doesn't like her. I mean, she might bite it off. You can tell she is a biter.
Yeah, that's the one. You read it too.
Did. But she felt a giddy rush at this unexpected connection they shared.
Oh, you eat food? I eat food too. We have a connection. Imagine if there was still a clean, beautiful river here in Shibuya. It'd be the perfect place for taking a romantic stroll.
Hitomi looked up at Archie. She seemed to share his joy in this idea.
Wouldn't it be amazing, Archie said, that dirty little channel could be clean like it used to be?
It would. Maybe as amazing as the look on Hitomi's face right now, Archie thought.
Hitomi, tell me some more ecology stuff. Hit me with whatever you got.
She seemed happy to oblige, and so as they walked along, Hitomi explained the bits of knowledge she had picked up over the years. Archie was quiet, hanging on her every word. The return to Dogenzaka became an impromptu environmentalism lecture. Hitomi continued until she had exhausted her ready knowledge.
I just don't get it.
Archie grumbled when she paused at last.
I mean, why is it a bad thing if the planet gets warmed? Wouldn't that make winter in places like Hokkaido way easier?
No, you see, because if the whole planet gets warmer, it will cause the whole ecosystem to collapse. Archie racked his brain. This guy's not the brightest.
And the ecosystem is what again? Is it like a solar system?
Images of the cosmos filled his imagination. No, not really, Hitomi said.
So is it more like a sound system then?
this guy even trying? Oh no, we're losing bits. We're dropping frames. Well, not anymore.
Not really.
But anyway, you're saying the problem is with the, what was it again? Carbon,
Oxide.
yeah, that stuff. We're going to have to cut down on that.
It's not cigarettes.
Sure.
That settles it,
Archie declared proudly.
no more soda for me.
Soda?
Hitomi asked.
Yeah, it's carbonated, right?
Hitomi burst out laughing.
Oh, I'm serious, you don't think I can do it?
I'm sorry.
Hitomi said, catching her breath.
Just...
Her face froze, her mirth abruptly vanishing.
Oh no.
Huh?
Archie stared at her face in alarm.
What is it?
He turned his attention in the direction Hitomi was looking. The man with a cane was bearing down on them.
Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me.
He grabbed Hitomi's hand and ran. This time he headed for the main road, hoping to get lost in the crowd. Hitomi struggled to keep up. She was exhausted after all the earlier running. And we lost connection. Okay, are we back? Yes, we're back. Good. Izumi struggled to keep up. She was exhausted after all the earlier running.
You can do it,
He told her.
the guy's got a cane, we can outrun him.
The assassin was still hurrying after them.
Once we get around the next corner, we'll be out on the main road.
Yeah, okay.
She strained to get the words out. Bit by bit, her feet were slowing down. Leave her. Escape with your life, Archie. It was another 50 meters or so to the main road, but she realized that they might get caught before they get there. How slow is she?
Sorry, Hitomi,
He exclaimed.
but I gotta do this.
He scooped her up in his arms. By the time the squeak had escaped her mouth, Archie was already running full out. Archie, please put me down.
Don't worry, you're super light.
Archie glanced back and saw the assassin, now far behind, break off his pursuit. But just as they rounded the corner, he heard the man call out to him. Archie almost stopped on reflex. Hold on, did he just shout my name? How the heck does he know my name? Quaking with unease, Archie slipped into the crowd. Maybe his father is involved somehow. Archie, could you please set me down now? A meek voice pulled him from his panic.
Huh?
He looked down at the girl in his arms. People in the crowd all around them were watching and chuckling. Okay, let's look at the crowd. How many people are actually looking at them? No one. No one is. Yeah, literally no one is. I mean, I'm really happy you saved me and all. But being carried around like this is, Hitomi was blushing beet red. Archie's expression had gone pale. He just let her go.
Archie, wait.
He really heard that right. That's what it sounded like. He set Hitomi back on her feet, then used his shirt sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face. You okay? Hitomi asked.
We were running just now. Did that guy say anything?
Not that I heard, no.
Ah.
He just imagined it then? Maybe. Archie was sure he didn't recognize the man. There's something weird about that guy, though, Hitomi murmured. She furrowed her brow. No matter where we run, he keeps catching up to us. It's almost like he knows where we're going. She was right. Finding a particular pair of people in a place as big as Shibuya bordered on the impossible. I mean, Tanaka's with him, maybe. And he's been relaying the information. And yet, somehow, the assassin had tracked them down several times now. Actually, maybe it's not just Tanaka. I'm thinking there are security cameras spread out all over the place, right? And the person who installed them and the person who is actually looking at them is Archie's father. And considering he just called his name, then maybe his father is involved.
Yeah,
Archie said.
it's like it's got some way of locating me or locating us or something.
He got a sudden idea.
That's it. What if they're doing the whole tracking thing, but like backwards?
Sorry, I'm looking at something. Apparently, some people are getting spammed on my Discord server. So I don't know what's happening. Hitomi's eyes widened.
Okay, so you know how in police shows they always stick a tracking device in the bag with the ransom money? Like that, but backwards.
The tracking device, the bag sticks the tracking device into the police. Is that what he means? Okay, so backwards isn't the right way to describe this, but Archie doesn't realize that. He does seem to know what a tracking device is, at least. A radio transmitter that can be located by the signal it emits. Give me a sec. It's like something is in my throat. The Japanese police sometimes refer to this as a beeper, not to be confused with the English slang term beeper, meaning a pager. Right, let's back. Backwards?
Yeah, like, instead of putting the tracker on the money, they put it on you.
Itomi frowned. I don't see how I could possibly have a tracker on me, she said. I mean, I'm just wearing my clothes from home.
Ah, well, then how is he doing it then?
Barely a moment passed from the moment he got the words out of his mouth. Once again, the man with a cane stepped out on the road ahead of them, and no one is stopping him or screaming or seeing that he has a gun pointing at people. It really did seem as if he had known exactly where they were going to be.
How the hell is this happening?
Archie groaned, reached for Hitomi's waist, ready to pick her up again. It's okay, I can run by myself. I don't want you touching me. Archie took her by the hand instead, and they raced into another alley.
This guy will not give up.
At the far end of the alley, he could see a forklift parked beside the pile of cardboard boxes. What she decided to, throw the boxes at their pursuers, hop into the forklift and drive it at the assassin. What are we gonna go with? Any suggestions? A or B? I really don't know what's up with my throat. I wish I had some throat drops. Let's go with B.
This ends now.
Archie leapt into the forklift and hit the ignition. The engine roared to life. He lowered the forks and stepped on the accelerator, picking up the pallet of cardboard boxes as he charged towards a man with a cane. The tower of boxes struck the man with a thud. Archie kept accelerating, driving him back a good 10 meters or so. The gunman let out a low grunt at the impact. Archie then hit the brake, shifted back into reverse, and hit the gas again, backing up as fast as he could. Boxes crashed down in a heap, burying the assassin underneath. Several small bottles spilled from the broken cardboard and shattered on the pavement.
Hey, well, what the hell are you doing?
A middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform had come running at the sound of the forklift.
Sorry, man, gotta run.
Archie exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle.
Don't forget to recycle that glass.
He took Hitomi's hand and sprinted away down the alleyway. The sanitation worker glowered after them, then turned and gazed despondently at the jumbled pile of boxes and broken glass. Well, this box is the one from Mama's side of story. The ragged breathing echoed throughout the maze of side streets. All that work just to wind up fleeing for their lives again. Archie ground his teeth in frustration. There are two main types of teeth grinding: the subconscious act of gritting one's teeth together while asleep, gritting one's teeth together as a response to anger or frustration. Here we have an example of two. At roughly this same time, Minoru Minorikawa is grinding his teeth while trying to keep up his shadow. Yep, we haven't reached that point yet. He told me. He groaned when they slowed down to catch a breath at last. I'm so sorry. Hitomi was nonplussed. Sorry? Whatever for? I keep saying I'm going to help you, but instead I'll just keep putting you in danger. I mean, he's not the one after her. She's putting you in danger. Archie, no. If you hadn't been with me, I'm sure I'd already be No. Archie hurried to cut her off before she could finish. Don't go there, please. He sighed, then spoke again more quietly. I just want to help you. Clenching the fist, he looked up at the sky, and then he gave her an uppercut. She died. The end. A tiny sliver of blue was visible through the narrow gap between the buildings. Hitomi hung her head. Honestly, I can hardly believe how much you've done for me. I do appreciate it, but still. The lengths you've gone to. Archie looked at his feet, then drew himself up. Well, I admit it's not just because of some gut instinct or your love for the environment, he said. There's another reason I'm doing this. There is? Archie paused, searching for the right words. I've got a little sister. Her name's Suzune. She's cute and smart, kind of the exact opposite of me, you know. His voice took on an uncharacteristic solemnity. But she's got a weak heart, so she's in the hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with wanting to help me? Back when Susan was first admitted, I'd go and visit her every day. But she... Actually, you don't need to come visit me every day now. The quiet hospital room made Suzune's voice sound all the more frail. What are you talking about? Archie said. You know I'm worried about you. Be fine on my own, really. Archie had heard that line before. The more she insisted she was fine, though, the more reluctant he was to leave her. Besides, aren't you the amazing guy who helps hold Shibuya together? They need you out there. Archie didn't know how to respond to that. Much as it was flattering to think he played some important role, he was really just hanging out and goofing off with his pals. It certainly wasn't anything for his sister to be proud of. I'd rather you spent your energy helping people who need it more than me. Daniel, it always sounds like it's the best time of your day when you help your dog go to the toilet. You make it sound like it's an entertaining activity. Yes, I took my dog out, take a shit. It was fun. Might have been grey shit, but it was still shit. Now the dog won't shit in my living room. Did you pick up after your dog, though? That's the real question. What do you mean people who need me more?
We could possibly need help right now more than you.
Wow, way to put her down. Archie scratched his head in confusion, and his sister gave him a weak, tiny smile. You'll figure it out, she said. I'm sure they'll find you soon enough.
But I'm gonna be here with you.
You're fine. Suzune's face was pale, but her tone was firm. My big brother's gonna be out there, doing his best to help people. I probably should get some water during the break. That's what makes me happy. That's what keeps me going. Her voice was clear and unwavering, as if to head off his rebuttal.
Alright,
Archie said with a reluctant sigh.
so then I guess I'll just go out there and help people who are in trouble.
Satisfied, Suzune smiled. Up now. Not taking a break yet, there's still time. Wait, when did we, Yeah, breaks are good. Wait, did I stop the recording or did I not? I don't think I did. Now that I think about it, between this and yeah, I forgot to stop the recording between Metal Gear and this. Shit. Oh well. I'll have to edit the file afterwards and split the two. Thank you. And can you promise me one more thing?
Of course. Anything you like.
He thumped himself on the chest. If you're going to help someone, make sure you see it all the way through to the end, okay?
Okay,
No calling it quits partway through, yeah?
you got it.
I just worry, Suzune said. I know you have a tendency to lose interest in things.
Look, don't sweat it. I swear I won't give up on this.
And then she died. The end. Archie stuck out his pinky finger.
But I want you to promise me something in return. Promise me you won't let this thing beat you.
Suzune hooked her little finger around her brother's. Her sad smile fragile as glass.
And so there you have it,
Archie said.
kind of a rubbish story, I know, not very funny.
Your sister's heart condition is pretty bad? Archie nodded.
You know, she called me amazing. There is nothing amazing about me. Suzune, she's the amazing one. She's been in the hospital so long and so much pain. She never complains. All I do is hang out and goof off with my friends.
You mean the friends who you keep encountering and want to beat up? Really? He gave a shrug.
But I just kept thinking about how happy she'd be if I really did help people. It turned out that finding people in need hadn't been all that simple.
It had turned out finding people in need hadn't been all that simple. The only helpful thing Archie had been able to think of was going around picking up trash. Maybe he could just have a dog and then pick up his poop instead.
And that's why Suzune's idiot brother left SOS to be Shibuya's garbage man.
Did your friends know, Hitomi asked, about his sister?
I didn't tell them. I didn't want to pin this all on her being sick.
I see. At least now Hitomi understood what the fight with the local toughs had been about. The sound of approaching footsteps jerked him back into the present. This guy is immortal. A man with a cane appeared at the end of the alley. He raised his gun. There was no time to flee. Archie quickly stepped in front of Hitomi.
If you shoot us here, people are going to come running, he said. I'm guessing you don't want to get pegged for murder.
Actually, I do want to get pegged, not for murder.
The assassin didn't flinch. I mean, he's a cop.
Stay out of my way, Archie.
This time, there was no doubt. The gunman had spoken Archie's name out loud and clear.
How do you know who I am?
The man stared at him through the sights of his gun.
She has to die, Archie. It's for your own good.
What? What does he mean? Hitomi whispered. Gee, what is he talking about? But his mind was a whirl. Things were coming at him too fast for him to process.
I don't know this guy. Hitomi, please, you have to believe me.
That's gonna be the end of the hour for him, I think. What? Hitomi took a doubtful step away from Archie. The assassin didn't miss his opening. He quickly aimed at her.
Cut the crap, man. What do you mean killing her is for my own good?
Once she's dead, you'll understand.
The gunman's finger tightened on the trigger. End of the hour? Yep, to be continued. Okay. Now we can oh, I should have opened the chart. Okay, right there. Surveillance cameras. Norikawa stood on the sidewalk, weighing his options. Chiaki's phone call had thrown him for a loop. He'd expected her to be anxious about doing interviews, but wow, she was a real basket case. Still, that didn't change the fact that he had a schedule of his own to keep. The surveillance camera story had to be his top priority. Chiaki would just have to find some way to fumble through things on her end. He headed on down Togenzaka, scanning his surroundings as he went. There were cameras set up on street lights all over the place. There were so many, it was hard to believe he had never noticed them before. One over there, another just over there. Electronic eyes peering down on passerbys high above, where they were tough to spot. Just how were the people who came to Shibuya reacting to the situation? Game is weird. Weird how?
Hey, you there?
Norikawa called out to a man riding by on a bicycle.
Hey you, stop.
The man brought his bike to sudden stop. Oh, this was the guy I gave the rubbish to as Archie. Kaze Yasuda, proprietor of Knick Knack shop in Odagawacho. Roughly 30 minutes earlier, while he was wandering along the JR tracks picking up lost and abandoned items, Archie foisted off his trash onto him, and so he's in a bit of a foul mood. Since then he's been going along on his bicycle, still picking up things from the roadside. There's a trunk on the back of his bike where he stores his finds.
What's the matter? He asked.
Hi, the name's Minoru Minorikawa. I'm a freelance writer.
Okay.
I'm just doing interviews for a magazine and I'd like to talk to you.
A magazine? Which one?
4-Star General Gossip.
Minorikawa did his best to sound proud.
Well, I'm actually in a bit of a hurry here.
Minorikawa soldiered on.
See that?
He pointed at one of the nearby surveillance cameras.
What?
The man asked.
The blimp?
A massive blimp was indeed drifting slowly overhead. A type of aircraft that floats using the lift provided by an enormous envelope filled with lighter-than-air gas. This envelope, the balloon, is often used for corporate advertising. This particular blimp has been puttering about the skies above Shibuya since last night. I really never understood these things. Like, do people even look up at the sky? I realized I would go days without just looking up. I feel that I would never look up and watch these things.
No, the camera.
The camera watched them both in uncaring silence.
Oh, that. What about it?
What do you mean, what about it? Those cameras have been installed all throughout Shibuya. They're taking in anything and everything. Privacy be damned.
A shocked pallor came to the man's face.
Oh, really?
He muttered uneasily to himself. Hey Fred, how you doing? This is 428 Shibuya Scramble. It's a visual novel I was mentioning yesterday. We beat Metal Gear Portable Ops earlier today, and we're continuing this. It's a little difficult to stream, a lot of reading, and my throat is not doing too well.
I guess I should be careful next time I go pick it up.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Minorikawa asked.
Oh, nothing. Just...
Way to dodge the question entirely.
Anyhow, I think there are some good things about the cameras too.
The man said hurriedly.
Oh,
Minorikawa asked.
such as?
Well, I mean, they must have helped catch some crooks, right?
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I am?
The man looked shocked to have his own statement confirmed. Did you end up meeting your uncle yesterday?
Are you hiding something from me?
Huh? No, nothing in particular.
The man shook his head vehemently.
Nothing at all, really.
Well, whatever,
Minorikawa said.
in any case, even if the cameras are helping in arresting criminals, there are some places where people just don't want to be watched.
Huh?
Your baby niece? Is it your first time meeting your baby niece? I don't have any nieces or nephews, thankfully. This story is probably about 10 hours in. It depends on what you mean, how far is the story. Because it's split up into chapters, and each chapter is about one in-game hour. But I'm swapping between different characters. This is the third hour, and I'm still playing with different characters, but I think we've been through something like 10 hours total. 9 hours when we started. Today, a little over 1. So yeah, maybe 10 hours total. We've been controlling something like 5 characters. First chapter was only 2 characters, and then it went up to 5 from chapter 2.
For instance, how would you like it if someone set up a security camera inside your home?
Home is different from the street. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for privacy. But home is different from the street. But if you're talking about facial recognition, then that's a whole different story.
What do you mean?
I mean, a burglar might try to get into your home. If you had a security camera, you could be alerted right away.
Isn't that kind of an extreme argument?
No, you're the one making the extreme argument here.
What?
Man stared, bewildered.
You're saying it's okay for folks to film people around town as much as they might like, but not to take a look inside people's houses.
Yeah, I guess I am.
The man mumbled. An Aussie baby. Just keep telling her you're not one of us. You're Australian. That will totally not have an impact on her growing up. Minorikawa snorted.
You didn't think too deeply about things, did you?
He mocked. The man huffed in indignation.
I don't see the problem, he said. I mean, it's a normal enough opinion. Want to bring down crime, but also protect privacy.
Well, yeah, so?
Oh, they're just going to set up cameras around town. I'm okay with that.
Norikawa grinned inwardly. Oh, it's okay, you're good. I'm fine chatting while playing. It rests my throat a little bit.
You're being naive,
He said.
way too naive.
Naive about what?
By now the man was getting worked up.
Once you start letting people watch you some of the time, you'll eventually let them do it more and more. That's how the world works. That's how Twitch works. Simple change in a camera angle is all it will take to steal the last traces of your privacy away.
That's kind of funny coming from you. Doesn't 4-star general gossip get all this scuttlebutt by invading the privacy of others? Since when are you people concerned with personal privacy?
What do you mean, you people?
Meaning what exactly?
Minorikawa asked.
You know damn well what I mean. Have you no shame?
I've got nothing to be ashamed about.
Minorikawa exclaimed.
If some celebrity scandal breaks, I write it up in the form of a top-class, socially conscious expose. That's the Minorikawa seal of quality.
Man rolled his eyes.
Please, as if anyone's ever heard of that.
Your everyday freelance reporter would say something about how security firms have no right to use cameras to disrupt personal privacy. But not me, oh no. I'm the only guy who would write up a first-class piece on the subject. And you wanna know why?
Not really. Man's only response was a doubtful look.
Because privacy only exists for me to utterly demolish it.
Norikawa finished with a prideful grin.
That's nothing but journalistic arrogance.
The man railed.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'd rather have surveillance cameras any day. If the alternative is some weird gossip.
This time Norikawa didn't have a handy retort. Awkward silence descended over the pair.
Right, I see.
Norikawa muttered to himself as he busily scribbled in his notepad. The man was visibly taken aback.
Thank you for your cooperation,
Norikawa said at last.
you gave me some good stuff.
He held up a hand to forestall an angry retort.
I realize I probably got you a bit riled up. You'll have to forgive me.
What?
The man peered up at Norikawa in disbelief.
This is just my interview style. Sorry, I know it's a little unorthodox.
Hey, you're a weirdo, you know that?
The man said.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Norikawa laughed.
Oh, can I, go now?
Sure, I'll quote you as passerby A in my article.
Sure. Whatever.
The man muttered. He quickly sped off on his bicycle. Norikawa now had some material for his surveillance camera piece. He wanted to organize what he had managed to put together so far. He decided to head toward the next interview location, keeping an eye out for a cafe where he could stop to work on his copy. Oh, he's probably the guy in the cafe who's... Yeah, we get it. But yeah, I'll give you a short summary of the story so far. It's also good to remind myself. Alright, so... 10 o'clock, we started controlling a police detective. What happened was the previous night, one lady got kidnapped. And she was meant to meet her sister and other people, and she just got kidnapped, taken into a car, and she was taken away. So this police detective, with his partner, have been watching handoff for the ransom, held by the sister's, by the girl's sister. He told me is the name of the girl, and she was meant to stand by the statue with a case full of money. At some point, a guy approached her, and it turns out that he was one of the kidnappers, and he was taking the money. They all ran after him, and she was left alone. At that time, someone approached her with a gun, and some other guy, Achi, saw that, and he helped her escape. And from then on, they've been traveling together, running from this would-be assassin. That was 10 o'clock. More or less, they were escaping from this guy, who I suspect is a police detective and the mentor of the other detective we were playing as. The following hour, we control these two, along with Tama, who is recently dressed up as a mascot. It seems she lost her memory. She doesn't know who she is. But from my opinion, I believe she's a kidnapped girl, but she just doesn't remember it. And she's currently working for a guy trying to sell some kind of energy drink or weight loss drink to cover his debt. And at some point, they lose the boxes of the drinks and they go out on the streets to try and find it. Then there is somebody else who is the kidnapped girl's father, who is a scientist, and apparently there's a virus that they're keeping secret, and he's working on a vaccine for it, or a cure. And the police are at his house. That's more or less what happened. This guy, on the other hand, is a freelance journalist. He gets a call from one of the editors of a magazine saying it's too late, there's nothing left for me. And he figures out this guy's going to commit suicide. He runs to try and stop him. He manages to stop him and finds out that they had an issue with some of the scratch cards with the magazine where you can actually see the result before scratching it. So they're losing a lot of money, and the journalists all left because it's a sinking ship. So now he has a deadline of 8 o'clock to finish the issue of the magazine, and he's running around trying to interview people and writing articles. They seem mostly disjointed as stories, but over time you get different choices, and sometimes the choices affect another person's story. For example, I'm playing Asachi, he's running around, he sees the girl waiting by the statue. He chooses either to approach her or throw the rubbish away first. If he approaches her, the police think he's a kidnapper and they all gang up on him and catch him, and he gets interrogated. If he doesn't catch her, then the real criminal is the one who approaches her, and they chase him instead. Or sometimes this guy, for example, he's running to save the editor of the magazine. He's in a taxi. If while you're playing as a detective you try and stop a taxi, he gets delayed and the editor dies. So it's a lot of options and choices that affect each other, and slowly you're working towards the conclusion of the story by making the right choices. A lot of the time you make a wrong choice and you end up with a bad ending. But then you can just go back and change the choice. I think the story is about 30 hours long or something similar to that, but since I'm streaming, it's going to be longer than that, probably closer to 40. But hopefully we can finish it before Zelda comes out. I'm hoping. We'd have to really push to get that done. If we end up with a few days left over, we can always stream more Neo DLC or something else that is short. He used the map included in the project proposal to guide him. It was hard to read the words and make out the details, but it looked like the Nokane building, where the Burning Hammer demo was being held, was just down the center guy. The Burning Hammer is the weight loss drink I was mentioning earlier. There was no indication of which floor the event would be held on, however. That made him a little anxious, but he'd probably be able to find someone to point him in the right direction once he got to the building. An earlier choice was to either go there first or interview somebody else first. If I went there, I would take the drink, and apparently you're not meant to drink it on an empty stomach, and I did drink it on an empty stomach, and it really upsets me, and I end up thrashing the place. The event gets cancelled, and it's a bad end. He spotted a cafe up ahead. "Coffee, please," he shouted as he strode inside. He slumped down in an open chair. Hopefully he'd be able to hole up in here until 1 o'clock working on his article. He couldn't have it done by then. Finishing the whole issue by the end of the day would be a tall order. He pulled a cigarette from his overcoat as he waited for his computer to boot up. Having a smoke was Minorikawa's little trigger for going into writing mode. The state of being in a mood to write some text. As Minorikawa goes about his job, he switches between writing mode, interview mode, food mode, and sleep mode. When busy, he'll sometimes go into writing mode and food mode at the same time, sometimes even straying into sleep mode in the midst of food mode. When he's even busier, he'll eat and write mid-interview while nodding off. This is known as ultimate mode. He stuck the cigarette in his mouth and lit it up. Oh yeah, this is back in the day when they could smoke indoors. With the first heavy draw of smoke, he felt his mind focus. The rough idea for his article came to his head nearly fully formed. All he needed to do now was get it all written down. Finally, his laptop finished booting up. "Took you long enough, pal," he muttered to the computer. His hands leapt to the keyboard like a predator pouncing on his prey. In a matter of moments, he had hit his stride. His fingers clicked away. One by one, lines of text filled up his screen. The waitress stepped up beside him.
Excuse me, sir.
When Rikawa was in writing mode, he didn't even hear her.
Sir? I beg your pardon?
Again, Rikawa was deaf to the waitress' attempts to get his attention.
Sir, excuse me.
The waitress smacked the table. Yeah, he's losing it.
Quiet.
When Rikawa snapped, he slammed the table right back.
Don't interrupt me when I'm working. Not if you know what's good for you.
The waitress didn't so much as flinch. He leaned in aggressively, getting right in Rikawa's face. Waitress, Ikumi Omiya, employee at Kolabo Cafe. While appearing cute and demure at first glance, she's quite strong-willed and frightening when angry. She works nights at a place called the Scolding Pub, where customers rent private rooms in which they are scolded at length by attractive girls. Excuse me? One middle-aged businessman once told her, "Your face looks simply marvelous when you're angry." I guess there is something for everyone.
Sir, I hate to bother you, but I have to ask you to please refrain from smoking.
Okay, so it is no smoking. Rikawa blinked.
This is a non-smoking establishment, sir.
No smoking?
Rikawa asked. A cigarette bobbed in his mouth as he spoke. The waitress pointed sharply at the sign on the wall. The words "no smoking" were spelled out clear as day.
We ask the patrons please not smoke so that other customers can fully enjoy the aroma of their coffee.
The waitress drew herself up in arrogant triumph. The woman sitting at the table next made a face as she tried to fan the smoke away with her hands. Customers all around the shop were glaring at him.
You guys don't know the first thing about the aroma of coffee.
Rikawa scoffed.
The scent of coffee truly comes to life amidst the choking stench of tobacco smoke.
The waitress's only response was to jab her finger again. Objection. But this time she didn't point at the sign. She pointed to the door.
Sir, if you're going to smoke, please take it outside.
And he lost his groove. Sometime later, sitting inside the cafe Lautrec, Rikawa lit up his third cigarette. Okay, so this is a cafe where, what's his name? Kano. Detective Kano was meant to meet his potential father-in-law, along with his girlfriend. And apparently those two people approached him because they left a cafe where somebody made a fuss, presumably Rikawa. So now we have to make it so Rikawa doesn't cause an issue. So they don't leave the cafe and he doesn't get a bad ending. Bad ending where he decides to quit being a cop and go farming for his father-in-law. At last, a safe refuge. It had taken him quite some time to find a place that allowed smoking after he got kicked out of the first cafe. In recent years, many cafes and restaurants have phased out the concept of smoking section in favor of prohibiting smoking across the board. This makes a place like Lautrec's especially important to smokers. There are large air vents in the ceiling to help keep the interior more agreeable for those who do not smoke. It's never more agreeable. Oh, we lost connection again. Okay, we're back. Yeah, we lost connection for a bit. As usual. Now he was in a rush to make up for lost time. Lickety-clacky. His fingers flew over the keyboard at lightning speed. The more he wrote, the harder he focused. At this rate, he'd have the story wrapped up in no time.
Today, you hear me?
A voice intruded suddenly on his awareness. One of the other customers was shouting. You're breaking up with that fellow today. That's Kano's potential father-in-law speaking. Norikawa's fingers drifted to a halt. He looked around to see where the voice had come from. An older man, red in the face, was shouting at the young woman who sat across from him.
Please, Dad.
The woman pleaded.
Stop. You're making a scene.
Ah, a father and daughter then. It was rare, nowadays, to see a father behave so imperiously towards his own daughter. Just how sheltered had he been trying to keep her? Norikawa couldn't see her face from where he was sitting, but his interest was piqued. A. Should he move to another seat where he could take a look? B. No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. Which one do you guys suggest I should go with? A or B? Pick. Like, he has a deadline. People are gonna die, maybe, if they... Alright, you guys pick A. Move to another seat where I could take a look. Should he move to another seat where he could take a look? Gathering up his laptop, Norikawa switched to a different table. I don't care if I'm making a scene, the older man was saying. I'm not leaving until I see you cut ties with that boy. Do you understand?
I understand that you're never happy unless you get your way. You're acting like a spoiled child.
Don't you talk back to me. You don't understand your own situation. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment without putting any thought into your future.
No, Dad, you're the one who doesn't understand.
Father-daughter argument was getting more and more heated. Dad was clearly furious. Norikawa shifted closer, curious to see what might happen next. Then he saw the daughter's face and gasped out loud.
Oh, hey, I know you. Wait, you're on TV, right?
There is a running gag, I guess. This lady apparently looks like one of the idols in Japan, and even her boyfriend, the detective, was getting told, oh, you're just putting a picture of an idol on your phone. The father scowled up at him. You must be mistaken, he said gruffly.
No, I'm sure of it,
Norikawa said.
What show am I thinking of?
The young woman seemed disconcerted by his enthusiasm. Who was she? He called out to a waitress who was passing by.
Hey, miss, do you know this girl?
Hey, this is the waitress also happens to be the law student that Archie helped get away from the guys trying to get escorts, hostesses, sorry, and then she helped us against the assassin. This was her part-time job. Everything is connected.
She's an actress, right? It's right on the tip of my tongue.
The waitress ignored him, but Norikawa was undeterred.
I know this. Weren't you in one of those TV dramas or something?
Norikawa is probably thinking of a series starring Masami Nagahama, possibly Operation Colcots, The Lost Frenchman, Touched by Tuna, or Sailor Moon Pies, all of which received high viewer ratings and are fondly remembered in the public consciousness. Right, we're leaving, the father grumbled. He rose from his seat, radiating aggravation.
Huh?
The young woman said, but not waiting to hear her objective, he grabbed her by the hand and stormed out of the cafe.
Hey, hold on,
Norikawa scoffed. His plea fell on deaf ears. All he could do was watch them go, and shuffle back to his seat in disappointment. And this choice basically forced the bad ending to happen to Kano because they left the cafe. But had I stayed in my place, they wouldn't have left because I wouldn't have annoyed them. And Kano would still be focused on his on the case and following the kidnappers.
Damn it, what was her name? Should have asked for her autograph.
Mumbling under his breath, Minurikawa went back to typing.
What's that?
His hands went still as a strange noise intruded on his reverie. Whatever it was close by. What in the world was that sound? I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. B, well, never mind, I need to focus on finishing this article. What do you guys pick? Maybe it's a bomb. Maybe it's just a phone. Hey, alright.
I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. It's where the heck is that sound coming from?
He searched his surroundings for a moment and quickly discovered that the noise was coming from his own bag. He pulled out one of the most important tools of his trade, bug detector. An instrument for finding listening devices. Since wireless listening devices emit radio signals, bug detectors are designed to use wide area receivers to reveal their presence. Using a detector to find something in this fashion is known as fox hunting. It was on, and it had picked up a signal. To a reporter, information was life. That made owning a bug detector a sensible precaution in his line of work. With the device in his hand, Minurikawa casually scanned the area. Eventually, he zeroed in on the signal. He stood up.
Everyone, your attention please, he announced. Someone set up a listening device in here.
Several cafe patrons turned their heads in disbelief. A woman wreathed in pungent perfume flashed him a disagreeable look.
But come on, that's ridiculous, she huffed.
There is something fishy going on.
The only thing fishy right now is you.
The woman declared disdainfully.
Why don't you get out of here and let everyone enjoy their meals?
Oh, no, that's her saying.
Why don't you get out of here and make everyone enjoy their meals?
No, I smell like Scoop.
You what?
You, what's your name?
None of your business, that's what. Now hurry up and stop that awful noise. Bang bang, that awful noise.
The other customers were starting to murmur loudly.
There's a listening device here, folks, Munirikawa said. How can that not bother you? Do you know where it could be?
Wait a minute, this is what's her name? The stepmother of the kidnapped woman, isn't she? Or kidnapped girl, whatever. And she was kind of unconcerned about the kidnapped girl.
Excuse me.
The woman called out.
Did someone do something about this man?
A waitress hurried over.
Sir, please, you're bothering our other customers.
There is a listening device in here. That's what people should be bothered by right now.
The waitress took a reflexive step backward at the words listening device. Yeah, it's her. I think there was a... If we go to Osawa, there's a picture. Yeah, this one. It's her. Same clothes.
You're the one who's intruding on everyone.
The woman shouted.
Honestly, could you please stop that racket?
It's not me making the racket. It's the bug tracker.
Just who the hell do you think you are?
We're doing Gurren Lagann now.
Coffins. Somebody call the police.
Ma'am, please calm down, the waitress said. There are other customers here and...
I'll calm down once I get this disrespectful boor out of here.
All I'm doing is sharing the truth. You can't kick me out for that. The waitress wavered, clearly intimidated by both of them.
You sure got a lot of nerve.
The woman snapped at Minorikawa.
Go be a detective someplace else.
I'm not a detective. I'm a reporter.
We're reading now. By far among these favorite profession.
Oh, and why's that? Did someone write a story about you, lady? Got skeletons in your closet?
You shut your mouth. Keep my fucking closet out of your fucking mouth. How dare you?
Yeah, I smell a scoop here. Alright, and the smell is coming from you.
Oh, stop it with these pink nonsense already.
It's no use trying to hide things from me.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh yes, I do, lady. Okay, I'm guessing this is a dead end. I mean, bad end.
Go to hell.
After you.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah. As they shouted over each other, their words blurred together until they were barely words anymore. The onlookers could hear only indistinct, meaningless raving. That end. Still the yelling went on and on and on. Eventually, there came the sound of approaching sirens. But even when a police cruiser pulled up outside the cafe, the two didn't slow their bickering. Bad end. Sniffing for a scoop. Nrikawa lost his cool and got drawn into an argument with the stranger, giving no thought to the consequences. By the time he came to his senses in a jail cell, it was too late to save four-star general gossip. Maybe worrying about weird noises can wait. Right now, finishing up that article sounds like a better idea. So yeah, that's a bad ending. So now we have choices. We could go back to the previous path, well, previous choice we had, and ignore the noise. We could also go to the choice. Oh, hold on a minute. What? Yeah, we have two choices here. We could either go back here, not approach the father and daughter, or we could approach the father and daughter, but then focus on writing the article. I am going to... I know this is a bad ending because of the choice here, so I'm going to go back here, and I'm not going to approach the father and daughter. All you had to do was finish the damn article, CJ. Alright. I needed to finish the article. No, he reminded himself that he needed to finish his article. Besides, if this young lady looked anything like her father, he would just as soon pass. And Rikawa went back to his typing. It took a few minutes to re-establish his writing groove, with the two still bickering across the room, but thankfully he soon regained his focus. And then there was a noise, so we're going to ignore it. But basically, because I chose to leave them talking, this bad ending disappeared. We can actually continue it. But I'm gonna stick to this path for now and ignore it.
Well, never mind. I need to focus on finishing the article.
And Rikawa tried to immerse himself in writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. No one complained about the sound. I would lose my mind. Time passed. Eventually, the pace of his writing slowed down a bit. Minurikawa glanced at his watch. It was later than he'd thought. Pretty soon he was going to have to head over to get an interview from the diet drink people. He reached into his bag for the project proposal to double-check the demo location.
Huh? Proposal, it's gone. Crap, where the heck did it go?
He checked all around the table, but he didn't see it anywhere. He probably left it in the previous cafe. Yeah, the writing of the game is strange at times. Maybe he had left it at the other cafe, the non-smoking place. Well, he didn't have time to go back for it now. His phone rang.
What now?
And Rikawa snapped as he answered it. A tiny squeak came through the receiver. It was followed by the sound of sniffling and sobs.
I'm sorry. Just...
Chiaki.
Oh, Chiaki.
Was he done with her interview, maybe? Was she done with her interview, maybe?
It's no use. People won't stop to talk to me, no matter how hard I try.
Her voice broke up into further sobs.
Look, I've got my own problems to deal with. You're just going to have to find some way to manage.
Yeah, he called her to ask her to help out and interview people, but apparently she has issues approaching people. That's not exactly helpful.
But... can't.
Sorry, I'm hanging up now.
Brutal, and so he did. Yeah, that watch was nice. He had to hurry. He had to get to the demo venue. He had lost the map and forgotten the location. Think, man, he told himself. Where would they hold an event like this? Probably someplace big, right? And there ought to be a guide or someone out front too. With these assumptions in mind, Rikawa broke into a run, searching ahead as he went. He stopped when he caught sight of a peculiar multi-tenant office building. A whole stream of women were filing inside. All of them looked a little heavy too. Pay dirt. This had to be the health food company's sales demo. He hurried into the building. The women were queued up down the hallway. This was definitely the place then. More confident by the moment, Minurikawa made his way up the stairs. Finally, he reached the front of the line. There was a notice posted outside the doorway. Minurikawa read it out loud.
Auditions for the starring role in Sun TV's Sumo Queen 2.
That is not what he came here for. Sumo Queen 2. A suspense drama about a string of murders that crop up while a group of female sumo wrestlers tour the country. There were Maegashira, Omusubi, Sekiwake, and Ozeki. The 5th through 2nd place wrestlers from both East and West are all killed in sequence, leaving only the 2 top-ranked Yokozuna, with the real killer still unknown. Things come to a heated climax in the ring during the final match, and the loser tearfully confesses to her crimes. It concludes with the victorious wrestler, who had also been playing the part of the detective, sorrowfully looking the culprit in the eye and stating, "It's off the big house with you." It was a sequel series to a recent TV drama featuring full-figured actresses. "That's it," Minurikawa exclaimed, a new project proposal springing fully formed into his mind. He felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of divine inspiration. Big bodies, bigger names. A new arena opens for aspiring plus-size actresses. Never mind the diet drink demo, this was going to be Minurikawa's big story. Oh, big story. Unintended. Minurikawa managed to meet the deadline. The show, however, wound up being a massive flop. Sales of that issue of 4-star general gossip were likewise lackluster, with an unprecedented number of copies going unsold. Mr. Toyama's debts continued to spiral out of control, and before long, Heaven Publishing was no more. Hey buddy, hang in there. Bad end. Sumo Show does massive belly flop. Minurikawa wound up going to the wrong venue entirely. His main problem was that he didn't have good detailed directions to the Burning Hammer demo. Tama can do something at 12:15 that causes Chiri to head to that cafe, and Chiri can help Minurikawa get to where he needs to go. Okay, so the hint is we can solve the problem by using Tama to direct Chiri to head to the cafe, and then she will help Minurikawa. Alright, so bad ending here. I know. 25. Tama at 15 here is a choice. Let's go with Kano. We're halfway through the hour. Yeah, every hour is a new chapter. And with him, we reach the end of the story. So even if we make changes to the choices here, it doesn't matter. It counts as we reach the end of this chapter. And sometimes you do have to make a different choice after you've reached the end of the chapter. Right, let's go back to Kano. Determination. Thinking back to the way Tadeno had put his life on the line to rescue a bunch of strangers made Kano feel all the more raw about just tailing these syndicate members. I'm pretty sure Tateno is the assassin, the man with a cane and a gun. And I did say, if Tama is not the kidnapped girl, I'm gonna sing. I'm gonna add this. If Tateno is not the man with a cane, I'm also gonna sing. Letting the crooks just wander around wasn't going to bring Maria Osawa to safety. I don't know if new characters get introduced later. I mean, it's my first time playing this. I'm guessing I will be able to control more characters later on. Because first chapter we only had Archie and Kano, but chapter 2 added a couple more. Chapter 3 seems to be the same as chapter 2 so far. With that, Kano was now certain. Shoot, it's bleeding pretty bad, he heard someone say behind him. He turned and saw two young men, not men, carrying another along. There was a towel wrapped tightly around the third's head. Hey, what happened? Oh, this is the guy who stopped Archie earlier. Shut your mouth. Kano blanched.
Got the attitude. Trying to help.
Another voice cut in. The guy on the right is Kano's partner. He likes to dress up. Now he's dressed up as an otaku. Earlier he was dressed up as a homeless guy. It was Sasayama. He had finished dealing with a girl by the station then.
What happened to your friends? Out of my way, man. I ain't afraid to kick your ass. Look, cut the crap and let's take a quick look.
Sama unwrapped the towel from around the young man's head.
Oh, it's nasty.
The young guy was a little more than a kid. His head was soaked red with blood. He appeared to be unconscious. They couldn't just leave him like this, but they were in the middle of a job. They should probably call juvenile affairs. B, they were in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like this. They should probably take him to a hospital. What do you guys think I should go with? B. Alright, B it is. Hospital. They were in the middle of a job, but they couldn't just leave him like this. They should probably take him to a hospital. Kano offered to help carry the bloodied young man, but Sasayama stepped in front of him. He quickly flashed the two youths his badge.
Oh crap, you a cop?
Sasayama nodded.
Your kids with the BMFs.
Shibuya's number 2 gang, its leader, Sohei Ikari, has gathered up some big, mean dudes in an attempt to make Shibuya his turf. The gang's leadership is inferior to that of SOS, but on an individual level, its members tend to be stronger in a fight. Word is that the rise of the BAMFs is one of the reasons SOS has been growing more combative recently.
SOS.
SOS, admitted one of the young men after some hesitation.
Who attacked you?
Yeah, it ain't like that.
What was it like then? Fighting?
The young man was silent. Sasayama must have been right on the mark. In the course of his police duties, Kano picked up a fair amount of street gossip from the young people in Shibuya. Lately, the scuttlebutt about the legendary SOS gang was that they were dealing with some internal strife.
Look, don't worry about it. Get it. There's a hospital just down the way. Hurry up and get him there.
The young man batted off Sasayama's offered hand, then quickly hauled his friend away. Sounds like SOS is on the verge of breaking up with all this infighting, huh? Kano asked. He kept his eyes on the young men as they headed off.
Yeah, seems like it's pretty rough. You know, with all the original leader leaving and all.
The detectives in juvenile affairs were well acquainted with SOS's original leader. That would be Archie Endo. Initially, SOS was nothing more than a small group of like-minded young people who hung out together, but as its membership grew, the general public began referring to the group as a gang. Word has it that back when Archie was in charge, gang members never started any conflicts themselves, but simply responded in kind when others brought fights their way. The stories were like something out of some after-school special. There were tales of them taking down gangs who sold drugs to kids, or breaking into Yakuza front offices to save their friends. The detectives with juvenile affairs took these stories with a grain of salt, but if there really were young people like that out there, Kano hoped to meet them someday. The detectives had to hurry to catch up with the man they were tailing. He was still strolling along, seemingly in no particular hurry. They kept him in sight as he crossed another pedestrian overpass and circled back around.
Still following the same MO, huh?
Sayama grumbled. Yes, so, Kano said. How did things go with the girl? He was careful not to take his eyes off the mark as they talked.
You were right. He's not part of this. Just one of those street evangelists or something.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. She kept asking me, are you really happy with your life? Freaked me out. Bailed out of there quick.
I was right. That girl had nothing to do with anything. Basically, a girl approached this guy, the guy with the briefcase, and she spoke to him. And I had the option of either saying she has to have something to do with this and stop and talk to her, or thinking she has nothing to do with it and keep walking. I picked keep walking, and Sasayama stayed behind to speak to her, and that's the result. So, Sasayama, I'm thinking the attaché case is going to get handed off again any moment now. Sasayama appeared at the mark, who was scanning the plaza. He just entered, apparently looking for someone. I take one side, you take the other, Kano suggested. Sasayama's eyes went wide.
The what now?
What? That way, we apprehend both perps involved with the handoff. Sama didn't reply.
Look, excuse in thinking about the hostage's safety.
Oh, that's Sasayama. Look, excuse in thinking about the hostage's safety, Kano said. But that needs to take priority here. Sasayama's face took on a rare solemnity.
Disobeying a direct order is, something to do lightly.
Detective's behavior is governed by the local Public Service Act. Article 32 states that a detective is to faithfully follow the orders of his superior in the course of his duties. Violating this is punishable by a warning, reduction in pay, suspension from duty, or dismissal. In the event of a warning, not only is the individual expected to submit a formal letter of apology, but pay raises may be delayed or performance bonuses cut. Okay, Fred, make sure you make breakfast for all of us. Share with the class. Then, after a moment, he added,
But I'm on board. Sick of all this wandering around anyway.
That's the Sasayama I know, Kano replied with a chuckle. Sasayama gave him a silent thumbs up. The two detectives took up position on opposite sides of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready?
Just give the word.
There were only two non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surroundings anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And then... Well, if it isn't Mr. Toyama. Kano's ears perked up at the sound of an aggressive greeting, the voice dripping with feigned cheer. He whirled around to see two rough-looking young men confronting a father and his daughter. Oh, this is the editor of the magazine. These two are the ones who I think he owes debt to. And also, Tama's boss owes him money. They asked Archie for directions last time, and I gave them the wrong directions so they don't take away Tama's boss and give her a bad ending. The older man looked pained.
Please, just hold on,
He said placatingly. I thought
we agreed on 4 o'clock.
Yeah, they told him 4 o'clock, and he would be by 4 o'clock he had to have finished half the magazine. It's not 4 o'clock yet. It's not even 1 o'clock yet. The young man snarled.
Don't you try and play dumb with us, buddy.
It's nothing like that, I swear. My girl was just hungry, so I just stepped out to...
Yeah, how come you didn't just order delivery, huh?
Yes, right. I suppose that would work too, haha.
Don't ya? Me, man.
Kano watched the argument uneasily. The stranger's altercation put him in a bit of a spot. The crook he was tailing probably wouldn't risk handing off the case with an uproar like this going on.
What's going on over there?
Sasayama asked. I'm not sure, Kano replied. Looks like some kind of argument.
Suspects are gonna get wary on us. It's gonna screw up the whole standoff.
Yeah, I know.
So do something about it and get over here.
Sasayama said. What?
Find some way to shut them up. Over here.
Oh, sure, alright. Kano headed toward the argument. He was only halfway there when Sasayama called again. He sounded panicked.
He made a run for it.
Huh? Oh crap. The man they'd been tailing had vanished in the brief time Kano had taken his eyes off of him. Wait up, Kano shouted. Sasayama was racing after the suspect and Kano rushed to join him. The man was surprisingly quick, however, and neither detectives managed to catch up. In fact, they soon lost sight of him amidst the teeming crowds. Frantically, they dashed through the streets as fast and as hard as they could.
We lost him.
Sasayama admitted at last. Damn it. He stamped out his foot on the asphalt in disgust. Director Kuze? Kano gasped over the wireless. I'm sorry, but we lost the man with the attaché case. It was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line. Kano braced himself. He wasn't going to be able to weasel out of this one with just an I'll do better next time.
Sasayama, Kano, get your asses back to the precinct. Kuzi out.
With that, Kuze switched off the line. Back to the precinct. Kano knew full well what that meant. They were off the case. It was a gnawing in his gut. Those two punks hadn't shown up. No, if that father and his daughter hadn't turned up, he might have been able to apprehend the suspect.
Don't let it get you down,
Sasayama said.
Paper pushing can be kind of fun.
The look on his face, however, suggested he didn't think it was fun at all. Not one bit. With the air of two men heading to an execution, Kano and Sasayama trudged back toward Shibuya precinct. That's a bad ending. Back to the precinct. Kano was taken off the case because he lost track of the suspect thanks to a random altercation nearby, and his glum conclusion was correct. That father-daughter duo hadn't shown up. This wouldn't have happened. A certain someone needs to give those two some better advice, and a certain other someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. Both of those are key to changing poor Kano's fate. We know Tama came across them before. So we need to make choices as Tama. Okay, so one choice here, probably pick the other one, so Chiaki goes somewhere else, and then she might end up helping Minorikawa find his way. Yeah, that's probably the best idea. Next step for us. But for now, let's take a break. It's been 2 hours since we took a break. And I'll get myself a bottle of water because I need it. I don't know how I'm going to be able to stream this game for the next week with this throat, but we're gonna try. Hopefully we can succeed. But yeah, a few minutes, I'm gonna be back. Alright, I'm back with a water bottle. Okay, so our choice now is Tama. We're gonna send her somewhere else, I guess. But we search. That's what we said last time. We said let's go together, but this time I'm gonna say let's split up. We should split up. Okay, I'm taking a sip of water already. I took some yogurt with honey just now. Thinking it might help my throat. It helped a little bit, but I really should go buy some food drops. We should split up. Chewie and I go our separate ways, searching for a truck full of junk. I make my way to Central Guy. I'm so focused on searching all over. As I walk, I lose track of where I'm going, and I wound up bumping right into a man who was hurrying along with his daughter. Hiro and Hana Toyama. They came to Center Guy to eat lunch. Before that, they were at Heaven Publishing in Shibuya No. 1. While wandering around distractedly, looking for somewhere cheap and tasty, Mr. Toyama bumped right into Tama. Oh, pardon me. I hop back on my feet and go to bow to the man in apology. Ow. He bows at the same time. We managed to bunk our heads together. Sorry. So her dad drops to his knees. Clutching his head, the girl begins to wander off. Hey, Hana, wait. Man lurches to his feet and watches after the girl. He seems like an old kid, only 10 or so. Strangely cold and distant for her age. She's had enough of her father's shit. Nursing my old sore head, I make it all the way to Shibuya Station, but there's no sign of the truck. Why would she nurse her head when she's wearing a suit? Well, I guess maybe because of the injury that made her forget, more than anything. Probably never find it, just by wandering around randomly. It's already 12:35. The sales demo starts in 5 minutes. I have serious doubts I'll be able to find the truck by then. Oh no, truckin'. What should I do? We gotta keep out already. Remember when I used to get Casio watches all the time for my birthday as a kid? I don't know why. Like no other brand. Okay, so we made that choice. It's Tama. Now we go to Minorikawa. We get to make these choices again, but this time I think we'll need Chiaki. Couldn't see her face yet. I'm not moving seats. We stay here, we work, and we hear the beeping. Strange beeping sound broke Minorikawa out of his writing reverie. While looking up in confusion, he has found his attention drawn to a young woman at another table. And then one of these, and one of these. Oh, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that too. She finished with a broad grin. Let me repeat what I repeat your order back to you. 1 Japanese-style beef patty, 1 spicy fish roast spaghetti, 1 chicken casserole, 1 French onion soup, 1 fruit parfait, 1 chocolate parfait, 1 deluxe chocolate parfait. Would that be all? Yeah, she needs to have dessert. I mean, with all of this. Or a drink to wash it up. This is barely any food. The waitress anxiously awaited confirmation. We already know the waitress. Yoku Kakinuma, a second-year student in Midoriyama Academy's law school, was hassled by a pair of hustlers on her way to work and showed up 5 minutes late for her shift. The manager told her that those 5 minutes were coming out of her pay, so she's a bit irritated right now. You forgot the large caramel shake. See, I said she needs something to wash it down. The customer was a full-figured young woman ensconced at a nearby table. Oh, my apologies. The waitress quickly jotted down the addition to the order. That will do for now, the young woman said. For now? Yikes. He's actually planning on ordering more after that. Marveling at this display of appetite, Minorukawa went back to typing. Now what? He heard the strange beeping sound again, slightly different than the first time. This time it was closer. Seriously, what the heck is that? I need to get to the bottom of this or I'll never be able to concentrate. Well, never mind, I need to focus on finishing this article. Let's get to the bottom of it. Just where the heck is the sound coming from? He searched his surroundings for a moment and quickly discovered that the noise was coming from his own bag. Yes, pulled out one of the most important bug detector, yes. Actually, he zeroed in on the signal. Is it any different? Nope, it's not any different. So, we are going back. This is the bad end. Never mind, need to focus on finishing this article. Minorukawa immersed himself in his writing again. Before long, he stopped worrying about the curious sound. What are you making for breakfast anyway, Fred? Hopefully something good. The plump young woman set about devouring all the food she had ordered despite the strange looks she was getting. Look at that shit-eating grin. Now that was an appetite to be reckoned with. It took her under 3 minutes to polish off the lot. What? Hey Thomas, how are you? You missed the salute today as we finished Portable Ops. It wasn't the best Metal Gear game. I would rank it the lowest, even lower than the MSX games. Then, looking not the least bit sated, she picked the menu right back up. Is she seriously going to order more? Or heading to work? Did you manage to get enough sleep after streaming? You need to sit down because Fred is making you breakfast, Thomas. Minorukawa was starting to take an interest in this young lady. There might be a story here. He conjured up a series of headlines in his mind. Woman inhales 30,000 calories in 3 minutes. This is the equivalent of 100 pieces of shortcake, 300 glasses of milk, or enough steak and rice to feed about 30 people. Okay, out of these three things, 100 pieces of shortcake, 300 glasses of milk, or steak and rice to feed 30 people, which one of these do you guys think you'd be able to finish? It depends how big the shortcake is. I'm guessing shortcake, maybe. 300 glasses of milk? No way. I'm gonna stop before 10. And I drink a lot of milk when I'm in the mood. Yeah, shortcake, yeah. I'm thinking shortcake, definitely. The calories are more condensed. Calories per grams is better. Well, more. Greater. Not necessarily better. Which reminds me, I really should get back to baking. I haven't baked in quite some time. No, he needed something with more punch. Food for thought, an expose on obesity. No, that was not good. I wasn't writing for a fashion mag here. Gourmet day in Shibuya. That was it. He'd be able to whip something up if he went with the foodie angle. And Rikawa got up from his seat. That's pretty impressive, he said to the hungry diner. Do you always eat that much? The young woman glared back at him. Reminder, she is on a diet. This is her on a diet. Shortcake is more like kind of a scone-ish with usually strawberry stuff like that, cream. Also, it's smaller than a long cake. There is long cake, and then there is half of that shortcake, medium cake, and then shortcake is even smaller. You should always tell them that I'm watching a stream and I can't go into work today. That excuse always works. $12 hours, I would lose my mind. I can't imagine working 12 hours. I get distracted after 1 hour of streaming, let alone 1 hour for work. I mean, if you enjoy it, then maybe it's a different story. So effectively, you're getting paid for... You're paid 12 hours worth of work for almost 15 hours of work, because you're driving for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I avoid driving for long periods. I mean, I usually prefer public transport if it's available. I get tired of driving. Not that I had my license for too long, I just don't really drive all that much. I end up getting leg cramps when I drive for a long period of time. Why move closer when you can move work closer? Tell them you're giving an ultimatum. They either move closer Or you're gonna move into the office. It's like, I'm sleeping here. You don't move closer to me. And they just moved the factory next door, and everyone is happy. The stream is bugging because I'm losing frames. I think it's back to being stable. I moved it about 1.5 centimeters, the router, and that fixed it. It has to keep me on my toes, like, hey, don't forget about me. You have to move. The young woman glared back at him. Not always, he said. Suddenly tension filled the air. Look at the way she's looking at him.
Oops. Was that way too blunt of me? I mean, she's a young lady after all. Maybe I should change up my approach.
Who the heck are you anyway?
The woman asked.
I'm a freelance writer. I was hoping I could do an interview with you real quick.
You want to interview me?
Suspicion was plain on her face. Yeah, Fred takes the train to work, and then he realizes, hey, I'm already at work by taking the train.
I do. I mean, girls all over the world worry about their diets, right?
I hear that, yeah.
So would you be willing to share your secret or your technique or whatever on how to eat without getting fat?
What? Me?
Sure. I mean, look at the figure you're maintaining despite eating all this food.
The young woman's expression brightened up.
Oh, you noticed? There's actually a lot that goes into all this.
Yeah, obviously a lot that goes into this. Let's remind ourselves. She drank a lot of iced tea, ate Tama's lunch, ate her own lunch, and now she ordered all of that and ate it. This is all before 1 o'clock.
Yeah?
Basic thing though, is to eat 10 meals a day.
And Rikawa struggled to keep his jaw from dropping.
10 meals a day?
She flashed him a chubby-cheeked grin.
You don't know how diets work, do you?
He chuckled.
Eating only 1 or 2 meals a day, that's what will make you fat. You gotta space food out into smaller portions throughout the day.
But she wasn't eating in smaller portions, though.
It's the fundamentals of dieting right there.
Right, but what happened to the smaller portions part?
And Rikawa had to bite his tongue.
Oh, I see. Any other pro-dieting tips you could share?
Well, for the basics, I'd say always drink protein instead of tea, yeah?
But she drank tea and protein shake.
Drink protein all day, seriously.
Once again, it took all of Minorikawa's willpower to keep his thoughts to himself.
Let's see, what else? Oh, there's this stuff called burning hammer too, but...
She trailed off with a little wince.
Wait,
Minorikawa perked up.
did you say burning hammer?
Oh, you know it?
I've heard of it anyway.
Minorikawa replied. He decided he was better off keeping his plans to head to the sales demo a secret.
There's a sales demo later on if you're interested.
The woman said as if she were reading his thoughts.
Full disclosure, I'm working for them right now.
She handed Minorikawa an advertising pamphlet. There was a more detailed map for the venue included, so now he won't get lost. I won't get a bad ending. What a stroke of luck. Now he didn't need to rely on the crummy map in the project proposal anymore. He'd have no trouble finding the venue with the building, various floors, all broken down for him.
Actually, I gotta get back to work,
The woman said. Sure, thank you so much for your time.
Did she pay?
I'm going to hang back and finish up my copy here.
The woman left the cafe and Minorikawa went back to his laptop.
I'm really not... I remember trying to use the Japanese keyboard and I really was not used to the button layout. I mean, the English ones were mostly in the same place, but still. He got in some new info on the Burning Hammer sales demo, but he had also lost more time. The Valence camera piece still wasn't finished. It was going to be a near thing to get it done before the sales demo started. Yet, instead of returning to his writing, he got out his cell phone. What if Toyama had gotten another of his crazy ideas? He had tried to hang himself again. The thought had Mirakawa too worried to work on his copy. The phone rang several times before someone picked up. Mr. Toyama, where are you right now? Norikawa asked.
Right now, I'm on the run. Just somewhere near Shoto.
Shoto, an upscale residential district, despite being smack dab in the middle of the city, it's a quiet neighborhood rife with greenery. The residence of the former governor of Tokyo is here, built on a massive 2,200 square meter plot of land. There's a shady hotel district a short walk to the south, making for quite the juxtaposition. Toyama was speaking in an oddly hushed tone. Shoto?
After you left the office, some guys came by to collect all my debts. So I made a run for it.
Okay, so he wasn't dead, but the situation was still pretty bad. Look, we'll get you through this somehow, Norikawa said, hoping it was true. Just keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Stay where you are now. Need to get back to the office ASAP. Get back to the office.
The office? They'll find me there for sure.
Toyama's voice was little more than a pathetic whimper. It's a little bit of a reverse psychology. The last place the debt collectors are gonna think you were in is back to the office, right?
Oh, I see.
Toyama said. He sounded impressed by the suggestion. For now, just stay hidden until I can get these articles finished.
All right.
Toyama said weakly. He hung up. Norikawa let out a deep sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Keep out. Alright, so... that did not help. Let's go with Osawa for now. Unless... There was teeth gritting here, but 35. Maybe? Hmm. Yeah. Alright, there we go. That worked. Locked. This game, it originally came out in 2007 on the Wii, but in Japan only. And I remember hearing it was really good, but I never got around to playing it. Then a few years back, it's got localized, and I said, well, I could stream it. I streamed 2 sessions, or was it 1 session with somebody else? But then we stopped, and then I never picked it back up until earlier this year. It's one of the most well-received visual novels, I think, of all time. I'm still not sure why. When Rikawa took a look at his wristwatch and gritted his teeth. By the way, what sort of impression do you have of this wristwatch? Just respond with whatever happens to come to mind. Wait, what?
Damn. Is it that late already?
He needed to head for the sales demo. The surveillance camera article wasn't done, but he just had to leave it where it was for now. As he was slipping his laptop back into his bag, his cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw Chiaki's name listed as the incoming caller. Was she done with her interviews? Nope. Probably not. Hurriedly he picked up.
Chiaki, how's it going?
Several wet sniffles came through the receiver.
Hey, are you crying?
It's no use. No use.
Chiaki's voice was indeed punctuated by sobs.
People won't stop to talk to me, no matter how hard I try.
Oh, come on. This again, really?
I can't do it. Don't worry about paying me. Just please let me go home.
And Rikawa was already operating on a too tight schedule. He didn't have time to worry about Chiaki on top of all of it.
Look, just slow down and take a breath. Try to keep at it a little longer.
Should have seen this coming when he first called her. Her shyness was practically pathological. But if he cut her loose now, all this frustration would be for nothing.
But I can't do it.
Chiaki whined again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really am.
Look, just calm down.
And Rikawa was practically screaming into his phone.
You just stay where you are until I get there, okay? Got that? Whatever you do, just don't move.
Leaving the money for his coffee on the table, he strode out of the cafe. Street interviews were tougher than they looked. Not many random passers-by were willing to stop and do a back and forth. Still, being able to talk to people on the street was a fundamental skill for a freelance reporter. All Rikawa wanted was for Chiaki to put in a little effort and make it happen. Although he found her personality frustrating, he actually quite liked her writing. Reading her words, you'd never guess what she was like in person. If she could just break the right story, he was sure readers would be quite taken with her. There was no time like the present. The plaza outside Shibuya Station was as crowded as ever. Norikawa looked around and soon spotted Chiaki.
Hey, what are you doing?
He asked. She was hunkered down in front of the statue of Hachiko, squatting in an odd position. A group of kindergarteners were gathered nearby, peering at her with sadness in their eyes, like she was a stray dog or something. A pair of girls from Midoriyama Academy's kindergarten. They always hang out around the train station after school. They're quite fond of killing time inside of the Tokyo 5000 series display car, the new landmark by the Hachiko entrance. Beat cop at the station's police box has nicknamed them the Kinder Partners.
What's all this about?
Norikawa asked.
This is how I end up when I lose all my self-confidence. I just want to hide.
Oh, for crying out loud, get up, will you?
I don't wanna.
Stop crying.
Chiaki sniffled and wiped her eyes.
Let me ask you this.
Norikawa stared down at her. And those girls are really looking at her with judgment in their eyes.
What was it that made you want to be a freelance writer?
Well, I guess because I wanted to try my hand at writing.
A dangling bit of mucus bobbed in and out of Chiaki's left nostril as she spoke. The detail. Didn't need to hear that.
Okay.
Norikawa followed.
And why is that?
Well, I'm too embarrassed to say.
Chiaki hid her face in her hands.
Okay, never mind that then. Right now you have a task that's been handed to you. Can't just say you can't do it.
Norikawa tried to keep his tone calm.
No magazine in the world is going to let a novice writer just write about whatever they want. You have to prove yourself first. Get your fundamentals down.
I already know all that.
Norikawa took the notebook from Chiaki's hands. I'm looking at the kids. Why are they even there? Are they like background gangsters who are going to show up and turn out to be the big bads of this story?
Hey,
She squeaked.
Wait, we've only talked to one person so far.
There sure wasn't going to be a story in that.
yeah. Well, not a person exactly.
Wait, what's this here? A cat?
No, I mean, yeah, yes, there was a person in a cat costume, Tama.
Well, remember how there was a keep out in Tama? That unlocked the keep out. Now we know what happened to Tama.
Oh, what should I do? Where could the truck that took the burning hammer possibly have gone? I'm standing there racking my brain when I hear a voice call out from behind me. Excuse me. Are you, happy with your, life right now? I turned to see a woman holding a notebook. What? I mean, just sorry. Oh, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? I do not have the time for this right now. I'm more than a little busy. No. I mean, I understand if you can't. She's giving me this hyper-intensive stare. I can't tell if she's trying to be intimidating or if she's actually afraid of me. Something about her is definitely off. Way too jittery and suspicious for my liking. Whatever she wants, I'd rather not get involved.
Also, the ring she's wearing, it looks like, you know those lollipop rings that we used to have as kids. I don't know if they still sell them. But instead of being red, it does look like orange flavor. I bet it's a lollipop. I'm actually pretty busy, I say. Oh, but I mean, just real quick. It would be a huge help, please. What? Please? Wait, really? Please? You bounce so many times, she looks like one of those drinking birds. Okay, that's a good comparison. A toy bird that functions by means of a simple heat engine mechanism, causing it to continually dip its head into liquid and then rise back up. Sometimes falsely claimed to be a type of perpetual motion device, once a common sight in offices the world over. Yeah, of course, you don't buy them for yourself, Red. You buy it for everyone else. Red just stands around the train station, 3 a.m., going,
Hey, you want a ring pop? Come here and get your ring pop. Take one for free and you get another for free. Take two for free and you get a third one half off.
alright, we have a choice. Can't help but feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. While this girl is kinda creeping at me out, I decide to ignore her and move along. What are we picking? What do you guys think? Help her? Ignore her? If I ignore her, then how would this stuff show up in the notebook? Right, we're picking A then. Can't help but feel bad for this poor girl. I guess I can give her at least a few moments of my time. Alright, but please make it quick. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. She goes back into drinking bird mode. Oh, what was the question? Oh, right. Yeah, I should be giving Tama Minnie Mouse voice, but I can't do Minnie Mouse voice. So we'll have to settle for this voice. So, are you, happy with your life right now? Well, right now, as you can see, I am a cat. Oh, a cat. Yes, I see. A cat. So, yeah, I'll put down cat. You just write the word cat in our notepad. Right. Thank you. Huh? Are we finished already? Yes. Okay, the lady on the left is probably not part of the game. She just looked like, oh, they look funny. And the guy on the right, is he reading or is he spitting in a notebook? It's too close to his face. Yes, we can finish right there. She hangs her head a little and looks away. Well, that sure was quick. I'm not sure I get what it was all about. Did I really give her enough to be useful? I doubt it, but hey, at least it was over fast. I head off in search of the burning hammer once more. No matter where I wander, though, I don't spot the truck anywhere. Now there's only 15 minutes before the demos are supposed to start. Better make my way back to the venue. Maybe Chiri had better luck in her search. Back in the break room, I am met by Mr. Yanagishita, positively radiates despair.
Did you find it?
I'm sorry. I tried. Yanagishita's shoulders slump further at my response. Have you heard from Chiri? I ask.
No, nothing yet. I guess she's our last hope.
All of a sudden, Mr. Yanagishita holds up a pendant.
Situation's rough. I'd like you to wear this.
It's a miracle stone, like the one I saw back in the storeroom earlier.
This ought to kick up your luck a notch.
Now I see that Yanagishita is wearing another miracle stone around his own neck. Using one bit of sham merchandise to help find another. Nice. This is the pinnacle of pitiful. That's what this is.
Hurry up. Put it on. Before the luck runs out.
Mr. Yanagishita's eyes are all bloodshot. Something tells me that refusing his request wouldn't be wise right now. After a moment's hesitation, I take hold of the pendant. The stone is blue and glittery.
Is that Chiri?
Mr. Yanagishita squeaks. He whips out his phone.
Oh, no, sorry.
He mutters after listening for a moment.
I think you have the wrong number.
Yes, it isn't Chiri after all.
Okay.
Yep, he stays on the line.
Oh. Nani? Really?
His tone suddenly does a complete 180.
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
As soon as he hangs up, Yanagishita strikes a victory pose.
It's a miracle. Burning Hammer is back, baby.
Oh,
The recycling guy realized his mixed up and returned the boxes to the loading dock.
oh, for real?
You girls did great. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
This guy's really excited. He's really into his role. Yeah, he's that comedian. Shiro also noticed the same thing. I've never seen someone come so close to literally jumping for joy.
I'm going to prep the demo room. Mama, you go bring the burning hammer inside.
For that, Mr. Yanagishita practically flies out of the room. No way, I murmur to myself. This thing didn't actually work, did it? I examined the miracle stone more closely. It just looks like some kind of toy jewelry. I wish that I actually get paid my 20,000 yen. Hey, it's worth a shot. With the miracle stone still clutched in my hand, I hurry up to the loading dock. I have facial blindness, so a lot of the time I wouldn't recognize people. Until I really focus on one feature or two. Brace myself before actually stepping out the door. It's not there. It's not there. Where is it? Back to this music. I look and I look, but I see no sign whatsoever of any burning hammer. In a panic, I call the recycling guy. There is no way she can use that phone. while wearing this costume. No way. The fingers wouldn't fit.
Well, I definitely returned it to the loading dock. Can assure you of that. Telling me it's not there now, and fortunately, that isn't my responsibility.
I know what happened, Archie. Archie... basically... we rammed the assassin with the boxes. And that's why the boxes are broken. So the boxes are not here anymore. And this is a cleaner, the guy who was telling Archie off. He hangs up. Didn't even sound like he cared. Look around a little more, but to no avail. It's definitely not here. Did someone else take it, maybe? As I hang my head in dismay, a middle-aged man in a sanitation uniform passes by, holding a big garbage bag. He flashes me a curious look.
What do we do, Tama?
Mr. Yanagishita freaks out when he hears the burning hammers missing.
Please, you gotta give me something.
I'm not really sure, sir. Now my boss is an even bigger wreck than he was before. The job is toast. Any money I was going to get paid is going up in smoke. Just like all my hopes and dreams at this point. I guess maybe we could try selling the Anagochis or something? Not much of a suggestion, but it's all I've got. Mr. Yanagishita looks at me intently.
Wait, what did you just say?
Huh?
What did you just say? Or something?
Or something?
No, before that.
I guess maybe we could try selling the Anagochis? I'm glad they used this guy. I can almost see the wheels turning in his head as a smile slowly creeps back onto his face.
That's it. I've come up with a new recipe. That's it. That's it.
I'm certain I see an actual gleam in his eyes. Yeah, this is Japanese Saz. Man, Saz was the best party member in 13. As in, he is probably the only likable party member. Well, maybe him and Fang, but yeah. The party was not really likable in 13. I'm thinking of replaying the 13 trilogy. I've only played the first one and started the second but never finished it. Never played Lightning Returns, so I might do that actually sometime this year.
Right then. I guess that's our only real option. No, wait. This is a sign. The burning hammer didn't just vanish by coincidence. Oh no.
I remember after beating 13, back when it came out, a few years back, I tried restarting it. I got pretty far, but then didn't finish it second time. Yeah, I might actually stream it one of these days. I think I have it on PC. He rolls to his feet, his eyes still positively aglow.
Alright. See you later, Anagochis. We're about to knock you right out of the park.
This is a bad ending, I think. Probably. Maybe. Yep. I probably don't need to tell you how the event goes down. We don't manage to sell even a single Anagochi. Turns out, hey, people are really creeped out by eels, and our customers have no problem letting us know that. Very impolitely, I might add. They storm away in a huff.
But Chiri said she liked eel salt broiled in sushi.
I hear Mr. Yanagishita mutter to himself as I get ready to leave. If only we hadn't lost the burning hammer, things would have gone so much differently. Or no, maybe they would have gone pretty much the same.
How did Tama take off her costume now?
You know, I probably should have listened to my gut earlier. Agreeing to take on this job has brought me nothing but trouble.
Bad end. It's all because Archie broke the boxes. Anagochi. Nobody's going to have any luck selling digital pets to customers who are looking for a health food demo. But why did the burning hammer disappear anyway? Well, the sanitation worker Tamaso had found another pile of trash to dispose of. Sometime close to 12:40, someone winds up breaking the bottles, turning them into useless garbage. But who is that someone, and what can they do differently? See, they give you some hint on what to do, but I already figured it out. It's Archie. And since we already finished Archie's hour, no matter what we do now, it still counts as complete. So here, this spot, we're getting chased by the assassin. Okay, last time we took the forklift. This time we're gonna throw the boxes. Small boxes. Ugh. Archie snatched up the nearest box, turned and threw it at the man with the cane. The box was filled with something heavy. This ought to do some damage. Maybe it's filled with cocaine. He watched with satisfaction as it struck the assassin in the face. The man staggered sideways.
Here, have another one.
One by one, Archie hurled every box in the pile.
And one for the road.
The last box wasn't properly sealed. It broke open as it struck the pursuer, sending several bottles flying. I saw a glimpse of the boxes early on. They had burning hammer on it. That's why I figured it's gonna be connected. They shattered as they crashed into the street, splashing red liquid. Yep, burning hammer. The assassin dropped to one knee, scrubbing at his face with his hand. Archie looked on in surprise. He couldn't possibly have hit the guy that hard. Peering at the man more closely, he saw that he was spattered in red liquid. Apparently the stuff in the bottles had gotten in his eyes.
Now's our chance.
Archie took off with Hitomi, leaving the pursuer kneeling in an alley. Yeah, last time I just ran him over with the forklift. He didn't die though. And that doesn't actually change his side of the story, I believe. The Tama does. We had him back. Okay, she hurries to the loading dock now. And now the boxes will be there, I believe. At least some of them. I brings myself before actually stepping out the door. Yep. It's there. Really there. Cardboard boxes are scattered all around our site. Wait, scattered all around? What happened to them? I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this. Apprehension gnaws at me as I open up one of the boxes. Broken.
No.
No. I shriek and my vision dims. The box is full. Bottles of burning hammer. All of them smashed to pieces. Well, get a straw, suck them into a new bottle. To be continued. Okay, we can continue Minorikawa a bit, I guess. Or we could also tell we can tell Toyama not to go back to the office and stay where he is. Maybe that will just keep your head down, stay out of trouble, stay where you are right now.
Stay where I am, but what am I supposed to do?
Toyama's voice dropped in and out. It sounded like he was moving quickly.
Find some place to hide and just lay low for a while.
Norikawa told him.
All right.
Toyama said weakly. He had hung up. Norikawa let out a sigh, then turned back to his laptop. Right, that's a save. That choice was saved. How does that change the other choice? Nope, it doesn't actually change it. Weird. Still the bad end. Well, let's continue Minorikawa's story. Alright, he saw the cat. Person in the cat costume.
I thought since I couldn't see their face, it'd be easier to ask them stuff.
Fine, whatever.
Oh, look at the two girls. And those people sitting are definitely watching them. Except the two on the right. Third guy from the right. If looks could kill. He just looks really upset. Like, motherfucker, are you annoying this lady? I'll murder you. Annoy her one more time. Point a finger. Shove that finger of yours where the sun doesn't shine.
Fine, whatever. Now get back out there and get some more.
Norikawa steered Chiaki toward the passing crowd. Why not the people sitting there?
What? And now?
Yes, now. We've got no time to waste. I'll even stand by and watch for a minute. Now enough with the excuses. And get out there.
Norikawa looked on as Chiaki wandered through the crowd. Her anxious demeanor seemed to repel everyone around her. On the rare chance she did manage to flag someone down, the way she stammered through her initial questions made them take right off again. The two girls. Certainly a mood. After a minute or two, she shuffled her way back, shoulders slumped.
See, it's hopeless.
Okay, some advice. First off, you aren't approaching the right people. Some people are clearly in a rush, you know. You're not going to have much luck trying to flag down a businessman who's visibly in a hurry. Now, folks who are waiting on someone, couples, groups, they're going to be less on their guard.
But, I mean, if I do manage to nab someone, how do I keep the conversation going?
Chiaki asked. That was indeed the tricky part.
Whenever I get an answer I'm not expecting, I get all flustered.
Chiaki, have you ever played tennis?
Tennis? Well, yeah. I was in my school tennis club.
She struck Minorikawa as being more the manga type, but that was neither here nor there.
Okay, that will make this simpler. What's more fun, rallying with an opponent or hitting the ball off of a wall?
Running with someone else, of course.
Minorikawa gave a hearty nod.
And why's that?
Because when you hit the ball off of a wall, you already know where it's going to come back to, unless you suck.
Revelation dawned on Chiaki's face.
Oh, it's the same with interviews,
Murakawa said.
don't get flustered, enjoy the rally.
But I don't think I'm composed enough to enjoy it.
Don't overthink things. Just let yourself enjoy the small talk.
Small talk. Well, I'm sure I'm not any good at that.
She was starting to waffle again.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Murakawa said, taking a step closer.
Are you happy with your life right now?
I'm not happy with my life right now, no.
Chiaki muttered. She hung her head in dismay.
Okay, so start with that,
Murakawa said.
Huh?
Chiaki blinked a few times as she lifted her head back up.
I'm not happy with my life right now.
Oh, I'm not happy with my life right now. What about you? Like that?
Oh, okay.
A sliver of liveliness had crept back into Chiaki's voice. Murakawa jabbed his finger right in her face.
Right there, he said. Put on that face when you flag people down.
Chiaki's smile widened.
I'll give it a shot. Thank you so much.
Sure thing. Good luck.
And then she goes out there and stops a serial killer who thinks she suspects him. And then he kills her. And that's the end of the game. Chiaki strode enthusiastically into the crowd. Oh, it's Leland. And tried to flag down a Westerner who was walking hurriedly past. I'm sure this guy is for the kidnapping plot. He's more than what he appears at first glance. He's not just a teacher.
Did she even listen to a word I said?
Oh, yeah, I enabled autoplay by mistake. Murakawa felt his short-lived triumph melt away.
Am I just going to have to teach her everything again from scratch?
Then he paused in surprise.
Hold on. Okay, good. Whoa.
Chiaki had snatched the man by the arm in an attempt to get him to stop. To Murakawa's amazement, the gambit worked. Before long, it looked like the two were engaged in some kind of animated conversation. Oh wait, Chiaki was the... he's the one who was stopping Kano and his partner. It only just hit me, I don't know why. Maybe she would get an interview out of this after all. Heck, the look on her face was actually somewhat confident. Sometimes people could surprise you once you got past their surface issues. Now Murakawa could head to the Burning Hammer sales demo with a little more peace of mind.
Speaking of which... Crap, what time is it?
In panic, Murakawa checked his wristwatch. Think about his wristwatch. This wristwatch. It will tell you how you think about the opposite sex and whatnot. What do you think about his wristwatch? The demo was set to start in less than 5 minutes. I like the little jokes they have in the explanation for some items. Uh-oh, he really was cutting it close. Run, Forrest, run! Murakawa sprinted through the intersection, heading for Center Guy. And that's the end of the hour for him. There we go. Okay, he's done. He's done. He's done. So only Osawa and Kano left. The rain won't let up. No matter how much time passes, it just won't stop. Ever since that day, the sound of raindrops has been burned into my mind. Such an awful heart-rending sound, driving me to strip my life down to shadows. Hold on, let's give him his voice.
And yet, no matter what else I abandon, nothing will make the sound of the rain stop.
Osawa stared at the postcard that was nestled into the final page of the photo album. He had purchased it 2 years earlier while on a trip with Maria to the Middle East. Originally used to indicate Iran, Afghanistan, and the regions surrounding them, in modern times the term refers to southwestern Asia, excluding India and Afghanistan, and the section of northeastern Africa along the Mediterranean coast. However, in Japan as well as the US, the term Middle East is often understood to refer specifically to those parts of the region with a strong Islamic influence. He'd mentioned that he was being sent there on business, and Maria had just blurted out, "I want to go with you." She'd recently developed an interest in the Middle East conflict, and apparently she had been yearning to see the area firsthand. The ongoing friction in the Palestine region between the Jewish people who founded the nation of Israel and the Arabs who had been living there previously. The religious and historical context of this cultural clash is well beyond the scope of what can be elucidated here. It's simple. People lived in a land, other people came in, took over, and they claimed it as their own, while committing genocide in the process. Not much to say. His daughter's newfound curiosity had taken him aback. She had always tended to be quiet and self-contained. The clumsy conversation aboard the airplane, the meals eaten together in awkward silence, it all felt like such a distant memory to Asawa now.
Ma'am, I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
He heard Kajiwara's voice outside the door.
Why ever not? I'm just going out for a bit.
The detective was arguing with Ai. Great. This is before she went to Lautrec.
It's who was it who told me I should talk to him about my life as normal?
Osawa's wife sneered.
Ma'am, please,
How would you feel about being told to just sit around and wait?
Ai's angry shriek jerked Osawa to his feet. He hurried from the study to try to calm her down. Calm your tits, lady.
Ma'am, please wait.
But by the time Osawa had made his way downstairs, his wife had already stormed outside, despite Kajiwara's attempts to stop her. Osawa doubted anything he could have said would have stopped Ai from leaving. Trying to physically keep her from going out would only have made for an even worse uproar. He was glad that at least it hadn't come to that. He was turning to head back to the study when Kajiwara caught his eye. Resigned, he headed down the stairs and bowed to the detective. And this looks like a movie poster or even a music album poster.
Any idea where she's going?
Kajiwara asked.
I mean, a time like this?
Osawa shook his head.
I wouldn't know.
I didn't think so. You know, your wife really is something else. Osawa arched an eyebrow.
That's one way to describe it. A rather weird way, as a matter of fact.
Oh, no offense intended. It's just that ever since this case started, you've both been holed up in your own respective rooms. The more Kajiwara spoke, the more irritated Osawa became.
What's your point?
He demanded. I just mean, you haven't been having any, marital discourse. Creep. According to one survey, in roughly 6% of households, discourse between spouses is largely non-existent. Various reasons for this were offered by the couples in question. Many claimed that they were too tired to have the energy to talk, or stated we wind up fighting when we talk, or we have nothing to talk about.
Mind your own business.
Sawa snapped. Kajiwara dipped his head deferentially.
The two of us stopped talking isn't a new thing, Kinyawa.
Osawa added.
I have a policy of not having pointless conversations.
Isn't this one of them? It's quite common for Kenji Osawa to make it through an entire day without having a single conversation. On many days, he opens his mouth only to eat or brush his teeth. His current record is a streak of 14 consecutive days during which he didn't talk to anyone. And I remember doing it a few times, just not talking to anyone for a while. It was relaxing. I remember the first time I did it, I think, probably did it more than that, but consciously I was aware of it. We had, when I was living in student accommodation back when I was an undergraduate student, and people went on their holiday and I stayed back. I basically sit in my room, doing whatever I wanted, music, whatever. Go out to the supermarket. I didn't need to speak to anyone there. Come back, just cook for myself. It just didn't need to speak to anyone for a few days. It was relaxing. It didn't look as though Kajiwara quite understood.
Microorganisms, such as viruses, don't have conversations, and yet still they continually propagate in order to survive.
Thinking about viruses, Osawa was back in familiar territory. He felt a surge of confidence.
Once you have a clear purpose, conversations are necessary.
And do you have a clear purpose for the relationship with your wife, Mr. Osawa?
Of course I do. To be a family.
Arms crossed, Kajiwara struck a thoughtful pose. At least I've learned one useful thing today, Mr. Osawa. Namely, you don't like to have pointless conversations.
It's a good thing to know.
Kajiwara uncrossed his arms for a moment, then crossed them right back again, furrowing his brow. But see, that's funny. You seem to have a tendency to have pointless conversations with me, and
Because it's coming to talk to me.
Osawa saw red.
You don't leave me much of a choice.
Tanaka poked his head out of the living room. Is something the matter? He asked.
Oh, no.
Osawa struggled to regain his calm.
Perfect timing, actually. There's something I need to talk to you about.
He turned back to Kajiwara.
My apologies, Detective, but would you mind giving us some privacy?
Kajiwara didn't move. I really like this shot. It's a cool shot. I think it's gonna end up being the cover for the YouTube video. I'm assuming YouTube is gonna select it as one of the options.
Detectives.
Osawa gave the policeman a hard look and saw him crack a smile. Yes, what is it? Kajiwara said at last.
Don't you play dumb with me. Give us some privacy.
Is this a discussion I shouldn't overhear?
Actually, yes, it's work related. There are business matters I prefer to keep confidential.
I see. Reluctantly getting to his feet, Kajiwara slipped away into the living room.
Tanaka.
Osawa began.
About his emails.
He stopped abruptly. I love Kajiwara. Kajiwara had reappeared in the living room door, staring right at them. And this would also be a good lurk emote. Just his face poking out the door.
What are you doing?
Osawa demanded. Oh, should I not be watching? Like to watch. Osawa felt like he was about to burst a blood vessel. I mean, he never told me that I couldn't watch.
Because it should be obvious.
The detective made a scolded puppy face, then closed the living room door. Osawa let out a heavy sigh. He'd never been an extrovert, but he didn't recall human interaction being quite this draining. Oh, man, my back hurts. This is really tiring to stream. Anyway, sir, Tanaka prompted, you were saying...
Yes, about the emails. Something doesn't make sense. I don't understand how Mr. Makino was able to get the antiviral agent anyone on the outside.
Sharing an Okoshi Pharmaceuticals drug with external sources while it was still under development required the approval of an executive committee that included Osawa himself. There should have been no way the antiviral could be sent out without his knowledge. Tanaka hesitated a few moments before responding. Are you aware of the strife between the company president and the chairman? Osawa shook his head. He was a researcher through and through. Factional rivalries held no interest for him whatsoever. Makino effectively leads the chairman's team, and the antiviral agent is their pet project. Despite being the executive officer in charge of the project, however, Makino still needs the president's approval too.
know what? Forget about that right now. What do we do about the security?
In theory, it was physically impossible to get the antiviral out of the lab without detection. Entry to the biohazard laboratory where it was kept required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. Technology that allows an individual's identity to be verified by scanning their fingerprints. It is one element of biometrics, the measurement of physical characteristics to identify individuals. There are even devices that can identify people by checking the veins in the palms of their hands or the irises of their eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Without the two of them there, nobody could even get into the storage facility. Because the dangerous virus is also stored there, the lab where the antiviral is kept is protected by an ID checkpoint, as well as a sophisticated 3-tiered lock system that requires fingerprint authentication. Multiple security guards are also posted outside the laboratory entrance 24 hours a day, making it all but impossible for an unauthorized person to get into the secured storage area. Hold on. Oh, we lost connection. That's why. Bitrate is struggling though. Let me move it a bit more. Yeah, connection is not being great. Maybe we should restart the router for the upteenth time this stream. Yeah, let's restart the router. Okay, connection is back. Looks to be fine. Yep, let's carry on. Tanaka followed his drift.
Yes.
Oh, Tanaka, not Osawa.
Ah, yes, I see what you mean.
He inclined his head in thought as Osawa continued. Would someone have overwritten the fingerprint authentication program? Let's check the entry logs for the storage section. We'll just have to ask Makino in person. Let's check the entry logs.
Let's check the entry logs in storage section.
Anyone who wanted to get inside had to present their ID card to the security guard on duty. It should be possible to check the computer logs to see if there had been any suspicious activity in the system. Tanaka shook his head.
I already checked the logs, sir. There was no evidence of anything suspicious.
You're welcome to check for yourself, though, if you're that worried.
Believe me.
I still don't trust Tanaka. I think he's involved. Yet the fact was that the antiviral had been used for clinical testing. Either Makino had taken it from the laboratory personally, or someone working on his orders had done so. But how? Was there really some way they could have bypassed lab security without anyone else knowing? Sawa couldn't think how it would be possible. Always creeping. The living room door opened with a soft creak. It was Kajiwara, and he looked stiff and pale. Something terrible had happened, he said. Visions of tragedy flooded Osawa's mind. Maria. Oh.
Is she?
Kajiwara shook his head. No, it's not that.
What is it then?
Osawa asked, his voice trembling. Let me take a sip of water. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. You see, the toll is clogged. I love Kajiwara. Plunger in hand, Osawa stabbed vigorously at the recalcitrant toilet bowl, struggling to loosen the unseen blockage. Plunger, a cleaning utility implement, consisting of a soft hemispherical rubber suction cup attached to the end of a dowel. By pressing the cup over the opening of a drain has been clogged, one can apply suction pressure to jostle the blockage free. It makes a variety of sounds when used, such as glub, glork, schluck, slorp, sloop, and pop. Kajiwara was at his side, wiping up the floor with a rag. How did this even happen? The detective groaned.
Are you a king? I was hoping you could tell me that.
The plunger sucked and slurped at the porcelain basin. This was a first for Osawa. He'd never tried to unclog a toilet before in his life. Think of it as a blessing in disguise, Mr. Osawa.
What the hell are you talking about? This is a blessing.
I just meant that at least this happened before you needed to, do your business. Without the slightest hint of guile on his face, Kajiwara picked up his bucket and headed for the sink back in the washing area. Rumbling to himself, Osawa pumped the plunger over and over again. This was almost funny. Almost ridiculous, in fact. His daughter had been kidnapped, and he was stuck and clogging a toilet. He was quite possibly caught up in a major corporate conspiracy, and here he was, unclogging a toilet. Tanaka poked his head into the bathroom. Did you fix it yet? Oh no, sir. I wouldn't do that. You can just use the sink. That's alright, here is fine. Tanaka stepped in beside him and abruptly shut the bathroom door. Now the two men were crammed together in the narrow lavatory.
Hey. What did you do?
Tanaka made eye contact with Osawa via the mirror. He spoke in a hushed voice. I've been waiting. The moment I could get you alone. Nani? Tanaka settled around to face him, giving him an intense stare. Sir, could you please be quiet for a moment? Tanaka had tears in the corners of his eyes. This will only take a moment. Osawa could feel the warm breath of his deputy whispering against his cheek. Tanaka reached for something inside his coat. Hey, come on, knock it off. Osawa lifted the plunger like a weapon. Look, if you want to talk, we can do it out there. Osawa shoved Tanaka out of the tent. Alright, do as you wish. Osawa closed his eyes. Yep, closed his eyes.
Alright, do as you wish.
Osawa closed his eyes. Are you sure you're ready for this?
This is all happening pretty fast. To be honest, I'm ready for this.
I understand, sir.
Go, think of it. It has been spending the empty out in the things. I suppose that's what's about to happen. So, later.
Yeah, he is misinterpreting everything. Sir, could you please open your eyes? I'd like you to look at this.
Give me something.
Please, sir, take a look. It's just the two of us. It's probably going to shock you, I know, but please, just look.
It's really that shocking.
Oh yes, very. Now please, open your eyes. And then he pulls out a 20-inch thing.
Okay.
Sir, trust me, this isn't easy for me either.
Alright.
Bracing himself, Osawa opened his eyes. Tanaka thrust out his cell phone. Here, take a look at this. Osawa blinked, bewildered, then refocused on the phone. Would never have anticipated what he saw on the LCD screen, not LSD. I don't know if they make screens out of LSD. About. This is stuck. Okay. I just want to read the bad end thing again. We told him to stay still. And this is what happened. If we told him to go back to the office, what then? It's still getting funny and annoying that I can't actually hip the stuff I've read. And then we lose them. We'll lose him, I guess. Yeah, the father and daughter hadn't turned up. Bad end, and how do we fix it? Certain someone needs to give these two some better advice. A certain other someone needs to meet up with them outside his or her house. Both of these are keys to changing poor Kano's fate. Outside his or her house. Oh, I know. Outside the house is this one. Is it here where she's on the phone? Yep, her father, co-worker. This one. And now we can swap to him. That will unlock choice, yes. Take a look at this. It was an email from Hitomi. Stifling an exclamation, he scanned the contents of the message. There's a man following me. He has a gun and I think he's trying to kill me. I'm safe for the moment, so try not to worry. The kidnapper warned me, told me not to contact my family or the police. Please keep this email a secret. Osawa said.
What could allow?
Tanaka shook his head, uncertain. He wouldn't know any better than I would, I suppose.
Please don't about this. So why haven't you said anything?
He felt himself start to tremble as he searched for answers in Tanaka's silent gaze.
Do you think it's related to that other thing?
We doubt it. If it were, why would they go out? Why would they go after Hitomi? Spelling error.
I suppose you're right, but
Osawa was shaking outright now. Tanaka laid a hand on his shoulder. First, just calm down. Let's think about what we know about the kidnapper. His composure helped Osawa keep himself under control. They've taken Maria, the vice director continued quietly, along with a ransom of 50 million yen. And now they're after Hitomi. His gaze sharpened. Sir, do you think this could be someone who holds a personal grudge against you? Osawa considered. He couldn't think of anyone who would have a reason to attack him. He'd been too caught up in his virus research since his time in school to have formed any hostile rivalries. He didn't have any enemies that he knew of, except the guy in front of him, possibly.
Maybe someone shows that I became head of the body.
He suggested doubtfully. He had held his position for years at this point. Why would that spur someone into kidnapping his daughter now? Has anything happened recently? Tanaka asked. Anything strange since you got back from overseas?
Since I got back.
Osawa's heart skipped a beat, then started pumping faster. The first thing that came to mind was a solicitation he had gotten from the American laboratory. If he accepted the offer, it would put Okoshi Pharmaceutical in quite a bind. Possibly enough to warrant someone holding a grudge over it. The only other person who knew about the potential transfer right now was his wife, Ai.
No.
Osawa said.
I didn't think off.
He couldn't bring himself to discuss the transfer with Tanaka. He felt a surge of guilt for contemplating leaving his trusted assistant behind. Maybe his assistant is having an affair with his wife and they shared the information. If he did make the move to America, he planned to recommend that Tanaka replace him as department director. Still, he didn't expect that to make up for his abandonment. Alright, I'll see what information I can find then, Tanaka said. The kidnapper had forbidden any contact with either family or the police. Tanaka was outside of that circle, and he knew how to handle himself with discretion.
I'm sorry to have put this on you.
Osawa said. For now, let's see if we can get Hitomi to exchange some more emails. An uncomfortable thought suddenly occurred to Osawa. He blurted it out without thinking.
Yeah. Chill.
Tanaka gave him a worried look. Sir, I promise I can explain once all this is over. And with that, he stepped out of the bathroom. Something in the tone of his final words left Osawa to wonder. Could it be that Tanaka and Hitomi were dating? He hoped dearly for that not to be the case. Their age difference alone made the idea a disturbing one, let alone so many other considerations. Mamoru Tanaka is 40 years old, Hitomi is 19. This makes him just over twice her age. This does not necessarily mean, however, that they could not date or fall for each other. Many couples with such an age difference between them wind up in a happy, committed relationship. Yeah, but not to this extent. 19, 14. Like, what does a 40-year-old have in common with a 19-year-old? Trying to put aside his paranoia, Osawa resumed his struggle with the clog in the toilet. Most toilet clogs are caused by buildup of flushable paper products or by solid objects inadvertently dropped into the toilet bowl. But shockingly enough, on very rare occasions, they can be caused by someone taking a dump that happens to be that big that it gets stuck in the pipe. Apologies to anyone who might be eating right now. Oh goodness. Kajiwara reappeared, still toting the bucket. Osamu's chapter is full of great scenes. You seem to be having a lot of trouble there, sir. He made it sound like the whole mess was Osawa's fault. We're cleaning a toilet now, unclogging a toilet. I'm loving Kajiwara as a character. It's been a good day. My throat is sore. We beat Portable Ops. First try, Cunningham went down today. But then again, I did go and get another weapon. I got the M63, which made the fight much easier. And then Jean went down first try as well. Jean was easier than Cunningham, I think. I am not gonna play Metal Gear Solid 4 yet, because if I start it now, I am going to be busy with Zelda afterwards, and I don't want to step halfway through. So we're gonna pick up Metal Gear Solid 4 after Zelda. And for now, I might just focus on this, although my throat is gonna hate streaming this full stream. If this game is gonna be tiring. So I don't know how I'm going to deal with it. I don't really have a lot of games that I could do for 5 days, because that's how long we have. Yeah, more or less 5 days till Zelda. So after Zelda is over, I am going to pick up Metal Gear Solid 4. And once we're done with that, it's going to be Peace Walker. Then maybe I'm going to do a Rising Revengeance. And finally 5. I could pick up some of the indies, but the one I really wanted to play was Lone Fungus. And I think Lone Fungus might take me longer than 5 days to beat. I mean, technically it's less than... Yeah, it's about 5 days. It's 6 days, but if we count Indie Wednesday, then it's going to be 5. I could just do DLCs, because I do have a lot of DLCs of games I streamed in the past, but never played the DLC for. And that's probably the easiest choice. I still would want to beat a game if I start streaming it. There were some games I started streaming and then I never beat, and I still kind of regret that. Oh goodness. Kajiwara reappeared, still toting the bucket. You seem to be having a lot of trouble there, sir. He made it sound like the whole mess was Osawa's fault.
Of course I am.
Really? I think the research you do would be a lot more difficult than this.
Fix until it's getting far. Say.
So it would seem. Kajiwara stood watching, as if Osawa's efforts made an interesting show. I don't know the first thing about viruses, sir, but I don't find unclogging toilets to be that difficult. Osawa snapped.
Then how about you fix the damn thing?
Kajiwara really was a world-class pro at pissing people off. Are you sure? You don't mind? The detective asked.
Be my goddamn guests.
Osawa shoved the plunger into Kajiwara's hand. Leaving the detective to handle the toilet, Osawa marched back to study. He turned on the CD player and lay back on the sofa, squeezing his eyes shut. He was seriously on edge. Kajiwara had totally broken his stride. Kajiwara is amazing.
Now,
The door to the study slid slowly open. It's Detective Kajiwara, sir.
please do come here with us.
My apologies, Mr. Osawa. I just wanted to inform you that the toilet has been fixed.
Right, fine.
Osawa hardly cared. He just wanted this guy to give him a little peace. I'm thinking these two are gonna be very friendly by the end. Oh my, is that really all you have to say, sir? Nary a compliment or encouraging word. Maybe a good job, Kajiwara. Or, you're getting a promotion, detective. Osawa blew out his breath in exasperation.
How? Detective.
I'm not sure I get your meaning, sir.
This one. To call this. So to take it so seriously.
Well, the GPU I have is a GTX 1080. It's fairly outdated now. Very outdated, I should say. I have the specs of my PC on Twitch itself, on one of the panels. If you're on the web, scroll down, I think, in the profile, and you can find the specs for my laptop and my desktop. My laptop is much weaker because it's older. I do need to upgrade my desktop at some point. Maybe I'll upgrade my laptop as well one day. Oh, you have a game in mind? Which one is that? Mr. Osawa, with all due respect, it's unusual for a precinct detective like me He's stationed here at the victim's home.
What's the point?
Not to brag, sir, but I happen to be an exceptional detective. Kajiwara beamed with pride. In fact, I made an excellent showing in the South Superstar Detective contest we had on our police social media service. An online platform whose primary feature is allowing people to connect with one another. The police-exclusive social media network that Kajiwara belongs to, Poxy, is very strictly regulated, with any abusive language, slander, sexual content, or lame jokes deleted almost immediately. Ace Combat 7? I have never played an Ace Combat game, I think. Maybe I've tried a demo back in the day. Ace Combat, one of the early ones. Let me have a look. Ace Combat. Is it connected to the previous Ace Combats? I don't actually know what to expect. Oh, it's not actually free on PS Plus. Basic is what I have. If I had PlayStation Plus Extra, then yes, I would be able to install it. But yeah, I don't have it. I have the basic PlayStation Plus. You know what game I do want to stream one day? Final Fantasy Tactics. I've never beaten that game. For a moment, Osawa thought the bolt of incredulous anger that shot through him was the onset of a stroke. How could a single person be so utterly infuriating? And you can't tell anyone about this, Kajiwara went on obliviously. This summer, a new detective manga is starting up, based on me. Plan for serialization in the MPD's monthly PR magazine. Chapter titles have already been decided. Chapter 1, The Fabled Detective, Kaji. Chapter 2, Kaji House of the Sun. Chapter 3, Kaji Rides the Rails. Chapter 4, Kaji at Daybreak. Chapter 5, Detective Kajak. Chapter 6, Kaji, Queen of the Street. 7, Lookout Kaji. 8, Kaji on the Edge. 9, Dance Kaji, Dance. Dance, water dance, really? 10, Space Detective Kaji, and so forth and so on. Osawa spat out a peal of feigned laughter. I can tell you all about the plot, sir. Would you like to hear about it? It's about a telecommuting detective who solves major crimes using just his wits and his computer. Surely you'd like to hear about that, sir. I know I may not look it, but I'm pretty handy with computers. Kajiwara's eyes drifted over to Osawa's desktop. His hand darted to the mouse. In a matter of moments, he cleared the screensaver and booted up a web browser. And he's using the gloves still. This guy is just amazing. He's my favorite character in the game.
Touched out.
Osawa barked. He was too late to stop the detective. The monitor showed the page for Ayanet, a fan page devoted to Aya Kameki. Osawa's imminent rage stroke was beginning to make his vision grow fuzzy. We come to this site regularly, sir.
Well, not so old.
Osawa tailed off, feeling the heat of a blush flare on his cheeks. I bet he is the one who made the fan site, maybe? There is a lot of stuff on the site. Is there a section you primarily spend time on?
Sorry, maybe want to go to the fan forums for 14 over.
With a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes, Kajiwara appeared at the computer screen. Having his privacy invaded to this degree was the ultimate disgrace. Sawa huffed.
See you in a new light there.
Get the hell out of my room. He tried to usher Kajiwara back out the door. Please leave me alone. He got up to leave the study. I'm gonna get up and leave the study because I want to go out. He got up to leave the study. Sir, hold on. There's something I wanted to give you. Please let it be a banana, please. Kajiwara reached into his pocket. Osawa fled the room. He needed to be alone, if only for a few moments. But even if he could somehow shake Kajiwara, the other detectives had eyes all over his house. He had reached the limits of his patience. Couldn't even think straight anymore. He headed for the back door, trying to avoid the police. Opening the door quietly, he slipped across the yard and out through the back fence. And now he's gonna meet Toyama. He didn't want to venture too far from the house. He found a tiny alley and took cover there, thankfully for a few moments to himself at last. He hadn't been there long when he caught sight of a man and a young girl, a father and his daughter, running past on the main road. This is exactly what I want. It looked as if they were running from something. The man flashed a look back over his shoulder, then took his daughter by the hand and pulled her off the road. They crouched behind some bushes, hiding. As he looked around, wild-eyed, he spotted Osawa watching him from the alleyway.
Help.
The man called out.
Help me. Please. If these guys catch me, Oh,
The father's eyes went wide when he got a look at Osawa's face.
you're...
Osawa thought he recognized his fugitive too, though he couldn't remember from where.
There are some real nasty guys after us.
The man said.
I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, at least help me keep my daughter safe.
Hopefully she gets the police.
No, that they won't be able to help me with this. Please, I'm begging you, help me.
Sorry, but
Please, if not for me, then at least help my daughter.
The man pleaded. Osawa looked down at the girl. She does not look like she gives a fuck. Unlike her father, she was calm and reserved. She reminded him of Maria just a little. These people needed professional help. Osawa decided to call the police. Osawa couldn't just stand idly by. He decided to help them evade the pursuers. Let's evade the pursuers. Osawa couldn't just stand idly by, right?
All right, follow me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You know, one thing that is amazing about this game is some of the shots are really well done. He led the two back to his house and into the storage shed out back.
You can lay low in here for a while. Like,
He said. The shed was fairly large. There was plenty of space for the man and his daughter.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The man said.
I'm not sure how I can possibly thank you.
Sawa closed the shed door and headed back out to take a look around. Two thuggish-looking men came running up to him. No doubt, these were the people the father and daughter were running from. "You there," said the one in sunglasses. "You see a guy and his daughter around here?" Hiro Toyama and his daughter Hana. They've come to shelter while running from loan sharks. Just moments ago, Toyama was talking on the phone with Minorikawa. Now we can swap to Minorikawa. Oh, I didn't need to swap though. There was no reason to swap for me. Because we've already reached the we continued. There was a hint of menace in his voice.
so I think I saw them for here.
Which way did they go?
That way.
Sweet, we almost got him. Paris sped away. Sawa waited until they were fully out of sight, then called out to the shed.
Right. That one.
The door stayed closed, however.
Oh, I'm really sorry.
The man called back from inside.
Oh, these guys might come back this way. Is it okay if we hide out here a little while longer?
He sounded desperate, pitiful, really.
Sure, go ahead.
Sawa said. With that, he headed back inside. Evidently, he just wasn't going to get any time alone today, no matter where he went. Go to the toilet. Osawa groaned inwardly when he got back to his study.
You're still here.
Yes, sir. I was told to keep my eyes on you, after all. Mr. Osawa, you're going to go outside. I'd appreciate it if you let me know first.
What?
Had Kajiwara realized he had snuck out of the house? But more importantly, Kajiwara reached back into his suit pocket. I've been meaning to give this to you. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside was a scrap of paper of some sort.
What's that?
Sawa asked. This is what was clogging the toilet, sir. With some hesitation, Osawa took hold of the bag. It is a ticket. Passenger name here is listed as Kenji Osawa. The plastic bag was a plane ticket, specifically the one for his upcoming flight to the US following week. He had left it out on his desk. How had it wound up getting flushed down the toilet? How does it look so intact despite getting flushed down? This looks like it's pretty important, sir, Kajiwara said. I must say it was pretty careless of you to accidentally flush it. A wry sort of smile came to his face. Although, the detective added, I suppose the question of who flushed it is another matter entirely. Osawa was at a loss for words. Someone had tried to flush his plane ticket on purpose. He was sure of it. Oh, who? He knocked on the door to Ai's room, but there was no response. It didn't look she had gotten back home yet. Osawa let himself in. Why does it look like a room from the 70s? The stinging scent of a perfume pervaded the room, which was decorated all in white. Clothes were strewn all about, as if to put her slovenliness on display. She had been like this ever since they had gotten married, and Osawa had long since stopped caring. It must have been I who had tried to flush the ticket. He knew she didn't want him going to America, but still, couldn't she have found a better way to get rid of it? Thanks to her, he had been stuck, hunched over the damn toilet, fighting with a plunger. Osawa sat down on the bed amidst the brand-name clothing. Then he spotted something odd down by his feet. It was a gold cigarette lighter. Just when had I picked up a smoking. Osawa picked up the lighter and set it on the shelf next to the bed. M is written on it. I'm thinking M. Who is it? Minaki? I mean, her surname is with an M, right? He started out of the room, but stopped as he noticed a scrapbook on the bookshelf. The rest of the shelf was filled with fashion magazines, so the scrapbook definitely drew his eyes. Curious, he took it down and opened it. The book was filled with articles and write-ups about the results of Osawa research and the company's various achievements. Flipping through the pages took him on a trip down memory lane. There was even an old company memo welcoming Tanaka on board as his new vice director. She had a relationship with Tanaka, like I said. There was a photo of Osawa shaking Tanaka's hand at the party celebrating his new position. It was a little peculiar to think that she had bothered to keep something so trivial. A series of magazine articles was nestled between the pages further into the book. These hadn't been clipped out for inclusion in the scrapbook itself. Osawa glanced through them. Floundering Okoshi Pharmaceutical arranges marriage of political convenience. It was a self-indulgent piece from some rag called 4-Star General Gossip, from right after he and I had gotten married. When the piece had first run, he had been too furious to read it. Now he gave it a quick looking over. It was pretty much exactly what he'd expected. He talked about how one of his corporate directors had sacrificed his own daughter in order to keep one of his researchers on board, allowing someone else to come to harm for one's personal gain. In this case, the term is used figuratively, not literally. Referring, of course, to Makino offering Osawa Ai's hand in marriage. Rumors about a marital strife between the newlyweds. Tanaka is involved. The article went on to talk about how Ai had been dating another man before she and Osawa had gotten married, and it's Tanaka. The whole thing was a bunch of pure old cheap rubbish. Any marriage involved some kind of calculated self-interest after all. Whatever the reasons for their union, nothing changed the fact that I was now his wife. With a faint sigh, Osawa put the scrapbook back on the shelf. It's Tanaka. Gotta be Tanaka. Feeling disconsolate, he returned to his study and began flipping through his CD rack. His eyes scanned for Aya Kamiki's album, For Tomorrow, Forevermore. A lot of her more experimental numbers were on that album. Given how discombobulated he felt right now, this was what he needed to hear. Again, Osawa reflected on how there'd been a time when he didn't care about music at all. He simply purchased copies of the most popular CD of the moment as birthday presents for his two girls. That had just happened to be an album by Aya Kamiki. Hitomi was thrilled by the gift, but Maria hadn't seemed terribly fond of it. The next day, she'd tossed her copy back on her father's desk. Figuring that throwing it away would be a waste, Osawa had stuck the CD into his computer to give it a listen. He was immediately bombarded by an intense beat bolstered by bold, uplifting vocals. Aya Kamiki wrote her own lyrics, which did a fine job of conveying the emotions of a teenage girl. Osawa could hardly believe it. After listening to just one track, he was well and truly hooked. Before the day was out, he had purchased her entire discography. He muttered. For tomorrow it should have been in the CD rack, but there was no sign of it. Where the heck is it? Why isn't it here? For a moment he wondered if he was going crazy, and then he remembered. He was at the lab. He had wanted something to listen to on break at work, so he'd brought the album there. Damn it. Not being able to listen to it made him want to hear it all the more. It wasn't like he could just go out and buy another copy right now either. Don't think you guys have Spotify? You just have to borrow the copy he had given to Hitomi all those years ago. You mean, this is 2007. Surely they would copy the music on their computer. Unable to contain his need to hear that music, he went into Hitomi's room. There he quietly rummaged through the CD rack beside his daughter's bed. Part of him felt like he was being a little sneak thief. According to the email Tanaka had shown him, someone was trying to kill Hitomi. From the circumstances, he knew that what he was doing was ridiculous, and yet he still couldn't resist the impulse to find the CD. But his efforts were to no avail. There were no Aya Kamiki CDs in the rack at all. The interfering Allstem Cyril, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, someone in Leopold Dvorak. Osawa pulled out every CD on the rack, but they were all classical music. He slumped back in disappointment. It had to be somewhere here in her room. Osawa jumped to the sound of his cell and fumbled to get it out of his pocket. Makino's name was displayed on the LCD screen.
Front.
Oh, the father Makino.
But
That was all Makino said before hanging up. Hurriedly, Osawa began tidying up the CD rack. As he worked, he thought about what he was going to say to Makino. The thing that someone had violated corporate policy to such unethical ends. It sullied his research. Osawa wasn't about to let anyone get away with it. And yet, as he was about to leave Hitomi's room, a sudden uncertainty gripped him. He hesitated. Did he have any right to condemn Makino for running trials in secret? His hand began to sweat as he gripped the doorknob. No, he didn't. How could he? His hands were dirty in all this too.
This is a fit. It's just between us. To be fine. But it's getting testing.
Did he test on his own daughter? Memories hovered. Osawa himself had already administered the antiviral to someone, hadn't he?
Was the only way.
Muttering to nobody in particular, Osawa trudged toward the front door of his house. To be continued? Yep. Yeah, we're almost done with this chapter. All that's left is Kano. Yeah, let's finish this chapter and then take a break. Two detectives took up position on opposite sides of the plaza. Kano called up Sasayama on his cell phone. You ready? Just give the word. There were only two non-Japanese people in the nearby crowd. Both were eyeing their surroundings anxiously. Kano was certain the handoff was about to take place. And sure enough, the second man approached the one holding the attaché case. After exchanging a scant handful of words, he took the case and walked off. Sasayama? Got it. Sasayama broke into a run, chasing after the man who had taken the ransom. Kano hung up his phone and brushed up close the distance with the other man. The case is gonna be empty or something. You there, stop where you are. The suspect turned and Kano recognized his face. He was indeed a member of the foreign crime syndicate that operated in Shibuya. Is the hostage safe? Kano demanded. The man's only response was an unsettling grin. Answer me. But though he repeated the question, the man remained silent. Kano took out a pair of handcuffs and reached for the suspect's wrist, took out his phone to check in with Sasayama. Handcuffs. Handcuffs? Yeah, handcuffs. Equipment used by police officers to shackle suspects. Should be officers, not officers. In Japan, the belt that make up part of the officer's duty uniform has a storage pouch for a pair of handcuffs. The man pulled a knife from his breast pocket and swung it right at Kano's face. Kano managed to jerk away in time, but his momentum carried him too far backward and he sprawled onto the pavement. Damn. The suspect was already making a run for it. Suddenly, a large car of foreign make skidled to a halt, blocking off the man's escape route. A tall Caucasian man jumped out. He wore sunglasses and a crisp suit. Now cornered, the fleeing suspect brandished his knife. Be careful, but Kano didn't even have time to finish shouting his warning. There was a metallic wing, and the knife went flying through the air. The man in the sunglasses had snapped his right foot up, sending the weapon flying. As the attacker's jaw dropped in astonishment, the newcomer proceeded to elbow him right in the face. Kapow! The blow connected, and the suspect went down. The man turned his head to look at Kano. His mouth moved as if he was attempting to say something. He never got it out. The man in the sunglasses kicked him in the face. With a groan, the perp slumped down unconscious. Hey, Kano snapped. What the hell are you doing? He stormed over to the man with the sunglasses. The man nonchalantly dusted off his suit.
You were ordered to watch and see where these guys went, right?
He spoke in fluent Japanese. Okay, it's fluent Japanese, but imagine that you are a Japanese person who has never been in a situation where you suddenly had to speak to a foreigner. You haven't used English in ages. Your tension grows. You think back to English class in school. Nothing you remember is helpful. You muster up the courage to choke out a stammered, do you? The foreigner responds fluently in your own language. Nihongo de daijoubu desu. It's alright, I speak Japanese.
What happened to that Japanese sense of honor I've heard so much about?
Who are you?
I'm from the US Embassy's Regional Security Office, the man replied. But I sound Russian, it's fine.
An embassy is where ambassadors from a foreign country lodge and conduct much of their official diplomatic business. They don't necessarily lodge there. Under international law, ambassadors are guaranteed diplomatic immunity. The embassy grounds are considered territory of the home nation. The U.S. Embassy's Regional Security Office is responsible for the security of American diplomatic facilities and personnel. It provides American citizens in Japan with information on public order. It is located in Akasaka, in the Minato ward of the Tokyo metropolis. I don't think it's in the same place now still. He presented Kano with his ID. Jack Stanley. Security Assistance Officer. His title was listed as Security Assistant Officer. Kano glanced at the car he had shown up in. The license plate was blue with white lettering. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But the ministry wouldn't just send some diplomat to intervene in a police investigation. Kano pulled his phone out of his pocket. Sasayama's name was displayed across the LCD screen. It's on your hand, Kano. I have the suspect in custody. How about you? Sasayama hesitated.
Yeah, he got away from me.
What about the attaché case?
Sorry. He's still gonna be around here somewhere. Gonna look around some more.
Sasayama hang up.
What's your name, detective?
Jack Stanley asked Kano. Asked as Kano was processing this new information. Kano from the Shibuya precinct.
Alright, Kano. I'm going to need you to follow my instructions for the next while.
Why is that?
Instead of
answering, Stanley took out his cell phone and made a quick call. After a few moments, he held the phone out to Kano.
Here, permissions from your boss, he said.
What? Kano squawked. He took the phone gingerly, bracing himself. Kano speaking. Kuze.
You imbecile! What the hell are you thinking?
It was Kuze, and he was furious. Understandably so, really. Kano had disobeyed a direct order, and for what? All they had accomplished was losing track of the attaché case. I'm sorry, sir.
You really think sorry is gonna cut it? You're off the force, Kano.
Kano slumped, defeated. He had no reply. He knew he deserved whatever punishment he got. Still, orders from up top didn't trump the hostage's safety. If he could have gone back and done it all again, he was sure he would make the same call. Maybe that meant he wasn't detective material, but so be it.
That's what I want to tell you.
Kuze continued.
Now, I need you to follow the instructions of the guy there, Stanley, whatever he tells you.
Sir? Kano hadn't seen that one coming. He had disobeyed orders, that was undeniable. And yes, he knew he deserved a reprimand. Being ordered to tag along with some stranger who had just turned up out of the blue? What the heck? May I ask why the US Embassy is involved with this?
No more questions, Kano. Step in line.
Please, just hold on. I have no idea what's going on here. Kuze let out an exasperated sigh.
That makes two of us, kid.
And with that, the director hung up. We continued. Kind of like even Kuze didn't have the whole story here, which meant that orders were coming from someplace higher. A foreign syndicate moving the ransom around, the US Embassy. Whatever was going on, it was more than just a local kidnapping case, and Kano was deep in the middle of it. He handed the phone back to Stanley. A few moments later, the two detectives from the MPD arrived on the scene. Stanley handed over the fallen criminal to them. "We were chasing a bomb lead, you know," Stanley said as he watched them carry the man away. "What do you mean?" Kano asked. "I mean, this kidnapping isn't about the money. My priority is a girl's safety. Right now, your priority is doing what I tell you to do." Kano gave him a scowl, but Stanley ignored it. "That guy we just arrested. He told you anything?" "No, nothing," Kano said. "Really now?" All trace of emotion drained from Stanley's eyes. His gaze pierced Kano like icy daggers. It held a glimmer of something dangerous. Something Kano had seen plenty of times since he had joined the force. He wasn't looking into the eyes of some diplomatic liaison. Because I noticed the guy tried to whisper and then he kicked him right as he started speaking. No, this was a man who knew how to kill, who had killed people before. With some effort, Kano managed to regather his sense of professionalism. "He didn't tell me anything," he repeated. "I just know that he's a member of some foreign crime syndicate that works out of Shibuya. I probably know some of their hangouts." "Show me," Stanley said, cool as an automaton. "We'll take my car." Kano wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his brow as he headed for the vehicle. He was just sliding into the passenger seat when Kuze radioed over the wireless.
Okay, folks, listen up.
Oh, the childish tone was back in his voice, full force. Alright. Kano stiffened on reflex. He knew what that meant. "So, he told me Osama has, gone missing." What? Kano couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't Tateno supposed to be protecting her right now? Well, he's trying to shoot her. I'm pretty sure that's Tateno. "And so, Detective Tateno hasn't raided in. We can't reach him from our end, either." "No way," Kano blurted out. "It can't be." "So yeah," Jose continued, "he might have gotten caught up in this incident too." It wasn't like a detective of Tateno's stature to go incommunicado during an investigation. Could only mean that something had happened to him, something major. Well, anything, whatever you want. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? What's up? You double what they're worth. And the evidence has been covered up, alright? 1 o'clock. No new characters. Still the same 5. Okay, let's take a break now, I think. And then we're gonna come back. Probably continue a bit more. Man, I really need to stretch. I'm tired. My throat's sore. Like really sore, actually. But yeah, let's take a break. I'll be back. I'm back. Alright, who are we going to start this chapter with? We still have the same people. Who should I go with? Let's go with Archie. Assassin and kidnapper. The man with the cane crooked his finger on the trigger. Archie stepped in front of the instead of Hitomi, shielding her with his body.
If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot me too.
Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He pitched face first onto the pavement and he lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. I swear he looks exactly like a person I went to university with.
You tell me,
Archie asked.
you know that guy?
Hitomi's eyes went wide. That's the man from the scramble. The one who told me to go to the van.
Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us?
He has a lasher smile as well. I'm not sure. The newcomer fixed his eyes on Archie.
Hey man,
Archie approached the stranger.
I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist.
Whoa. The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. Look at his smile, he's having fun. Archie barely managed to dodge out of the way.
What the hell?
Once again, Archie made sure Hitomi was safely behind him.
Guess I gotta let my fist do the talking.
Archie quickly adopted a fighting stance. Be careful, Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. Wait a minute, why is she in a fighting stance? She's not gonna fight, is she?
Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is.
Archie judged the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. Metal pipe gave this thug considerable reach. He had reach, I had flexibility. One solid hit from that thing and Archie wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. One punch! The crooks sized him up for a few moments, then lunged forward to attack. Now. Archie sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow, then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. Archie gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles.
The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they always let themselves get too cocky.
He looked the guy over. The man had a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves.
Come on, buddy, you can't clock out just yet,
Archie said.
Get up, I've got a few questions for you.
He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Knife. Gun. Yeah, he's gonna. It was obvious he was pulling out a weapon. Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket.
Whoa, didn't know you were packing heat.
Archie took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked ready to pull the trigger at any moment. But he didn't get the chance. Somebody behind him hit him. Or this guy. The man with the cane had regained his consciousness. Back on his feet, he trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman.
Oh, no you don't.
Archie darted forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a low snarl, the man took up the metal pipe again. Rather than go for Archie, however, he charged the man with the cane.
What the?
Archie watched as in astonishment as the two men grappled.
Now's our chance.
Grabbing Hitomi by the hand, Archie broke into a run. They've been running for a few hours now. They ran for a long time, finally stopping to rest in a quiet municipal park. As they sat catching their breath, Archie sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since their latest escape. She has to die, Archie. It's for your own good. In his mind, Archie replayed what the man with the cane had said.
So, you told me
Archie hesitated.
about what happened back there.
Yeah? She sounded like she had been far gone in her own thoughts.
You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. Must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up.
Yeah? Hitomi said again.
Is that what's bothering you?
Huh? Oh, she's saying that. Is that what's bothering you?
Huh?
Now it was Archie's turn to go monosyllabic. Well, Archie, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right?
I don't know about that.
Way back when, he'd been the leader of SOS. Nowadays, he was just some guy who picked up trash. There was nothing to brag about. Are we calling her trash? Is that what's happening? When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there. But no matter what that man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you've put yourself in danger to protect me. Hitomi sounded pretty resolute. Archie was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question.
So then, how come you've been so quiet?
I've just been thinking about things. Like what that man from the Scramble might be after. It was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, he seemed more interested in taking out the man with the cane than going after you.
Maybe there's bad blood between them. Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity. Bad blood, possibly.
Maybe there's bad blood between them.
Archie let out a little chuckle.
If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us.
Felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives.
Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van.
The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Turning to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing towards them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in his way. He did what Naked Snake does when you try and slam down an enemy. Slam to the ground. Look at his face. Look at her face. Slam to the ground.
No rest for the weary,
Archie sighed. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away. Why does she look happy? She looks happy that she's running. We're running again. We might get killed. Yay.
Do you think he took out the guy with the cane?
Oh, it was Hitomi.
Do you think he took out the guy with the cane?
Hitomi's words came between panting huffs.
Maybe.
Archie glanced back at the pursuer.
What?
There was another guy. There was someone else with him. Maybe it was just a guy exercising, jogging in the park, right? Now they were being chased down by two foreigners.
I liked this better when we were just running from one guy with a cane.
In a one-on-one fight, Archie was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. One-on-two, though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. He had to make sure they lost these creeps no matter what. Well, that was short. Yeah, we didn't even get 10 minutes. Let's try Kano. To the Syndicate's hideout. Hey Zachary, thanks for the lurk. Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove toward the Crime Syndicate's hangout. There was a good chance that this was where Maria was being held. Except Maria's Tama. I'm sure of it. Traffic was practically non-existent, and they made good time. They cruised down Miyamasuzaka, then passed the train station toward Dogenzaka. All the while, the two men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at the Shinsen-cho intersection. Take a right here, Kano said. You nervous? Stanley asked as he made his turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If this syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage's safety into account? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. They arrived at the syndicate's hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomikaya, southwest of Yaogi Park. The ratty building looked like it might come crashing down at any moment. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. "I'll take point," Stanley said. "You back me up." He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Glock 17, a semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military use, notable for its incorporation of large amounts of polymer plastic in its design. A certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue claiming that the Glock would not show up on airport X-ray machines, but since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, this is assuredly not true. FBI, fucking bunch of idiots. An American investigation bureau established by the CIA in 1908. Its authority in matters involving crimes that cross state lines as well as threats to public order, such as espionage and terrorism. Generally speaking, the FBI conducts its activities within the United States. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, one of the principal agencies of the U.S. Intelligence Community, reporting to the Director of National Intelligence, possessing considerable budgetary resources and a vast network of highly trained personnel. CIA carries out intelligence gathering and covert operations primarily overseas. In recent years, the organization has been devoting major efforts to counter-terrorism or destabilizing different countries. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond a wooden door at the far end of the hall. "Please don't let this be what I think it is," Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. Maria. Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He thought he recognized them all, the men who participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs, I was about to say. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. That is not blood. These guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims was holding a knife, which meant that whoever had killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to this conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. "Stanley!" The American was sprawled on the floor, face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed through the back. Without an instant's hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. Except she's behind you. I'm guessing that's a lady. He scanned his surrounding, but there was no sign of the killer. That was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here. Somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on behind him. Coming up on him, there wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses? Kano hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were all really dead. With his last thought, he realized it had been his fatal mistake. Bad end. Like, we literally had no choices before dying. Thought they were dead. Last, there is nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever is wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turn up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1:10, which should keep these two from meeting such a grisly end. That death scene reminded me of 999. 999 would have been an interesting game to stream. It's a visual novel, but I've played it and I know the game too well. It wouldn't be a blind playthrough. I try to play things for the first time, or if I don't really remember them when I play. Okay, so we clearly can't play Kano now. There's a keep out here. Tama, Osawa, Minorikawa. Who should we pick? Let's go with Minorikawa.
Right, left.
Minorikawa sprinted down center guy, dodging between oncoming pedestrians.
Out of my way. Don't you people see I'm in a hurry?
He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. Burning Hammer's sales demo would be getting underway any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP, to get a feel for things before they get started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he had learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him. It had been a combative education. Norikawa learned despite himself, as the two men constantly butted heads.
Oh, give me a break. What's wrong with my article?
Norikawa shouted. His voice was loud enough to carry throughout the editing department.
Shut up. Told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it.
Toyama sticking to his guns. Norikawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper when Toyama was his boss. At the time, Toyama was a copy editor for local news known as the Red Pen Gatekeeper. He would go around checking young reporters' copy like mad. Due to his vigorous efforts, a great many articles never made it to the page.
What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong.
Of it.
How can it be all of it?
Co-workers stared, keeping their distance, as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. These arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everyone had learned not to try to intervene.
I put my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again.
I could read it over and over, and I would still be the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now go calm down and write me a more neutral piece.
Taking neither of two opposing sides, the media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance in reporting the news, yeah right. Frequently, however, biased reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event.
Calm down. You must be joking. I write what I feel in my heart. That's the one thing I refuse to go back down on.
Then it's the one thing that will keep getting your copy rejected.
Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing?
Yeah, I did. But I don't remember telling you to write me garbage.
By now, Minorikawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite these almost daily shouting matches, Minorikawa never resented Toyama. Really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. Now a dying breed in Japan, the sort who would be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behavior. Inflexible, but still emotionally brittle. His signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the exclamation, "You fool! You're no son of mine! I disown you!" Only to wait a while, go find the son who's crying down by the dry riverbed and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper is getting cold." But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he had abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minorikawa's blood boil. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minorikawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. He still has stamina. He wound up barreling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. A newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a second-hand shop, with posters inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need," and "We buy computers at top prices." One Dutch was a girl about high school age. She jumped to her feet, then snatched Morikawa by the collar. "Hey, watch where you're going," she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Sorry, he bowed his head in apology. "Or take this." He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. She is not gonna take that punch, but I'm gonna pick that. See him get... "Take this." He drove a punch right into the girl's flank. To his amazement, the girl shrugged off the blow, as if it were nothing. The grip on his collar tightened further. You want to throw it down, huh? She sneered. Shifting position suddenly, she snatched Minorikawa by the hair and dragged him out into the road. Oh, that's causing a traffic jam. Or not. Before he could process the trouble he was in, it was already too late. He cowered away from her, shielding his face with his arms, only to feel the impact of a rain of punches and kicks on his exposed back and sides. Pain shot through his body as each blow landed with a perversely satisfying thump. And then the pain continued to intensify.
Oh crap, I'm going to die here, aren't I? Never thought my life would end so soon.
His assailant paused suddenly. Wait, don't I know you? She stared down into his face. Hey, you're Mr. Minorikawa. Shocked to hear his own name, Minorikawa peered up at the girl.
Miku?
Yeah. Wow, so you do remember me. Her tone was bubbly, as if the beating she'd been dishing was all fun and games. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you. She held out a hand to help Minorikawa back up to his feet. Wow, how long has it been? She asked.
About 5 years, I think,
he said cautiously.
You are still doing your bonsai stuff?
Nah, she replied. I gave that up. Miku had been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Norikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. "I want to get strong," she had said. "I want to be able to beat those guys up." And so Norikawa had introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial arts dojo.
Man, you sure have gotten strong,
Norikawa said. "And that's the sort of girl I am." Miku handed him a flyer. It read, "Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride. Present this flyer for a free drink." What a poster. "It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks," because do you bet on it? Is this Yakuza 0 catfighting?
That sounds pretty fun, actually.
Norikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. She has a stain on her left, well, one of her teeth. "You should come see one of my matches sometimes. I'm the current champion there." Miku beamed with pride.
Wait, you're the champion?
Well, they had seen firsthand how strong she was. Miku nodded. "What are you up to now?" she asked. "Working?"
Yeah, running around trying to get interviews. Right now I'm heading to, what was it again? The Nokani building? That's it.
"Well, I can take you there," she said. "I can use the exercise. If you'll beg my pardon." Gonna carry him. Yep. Miku casually hefted Norikawa up onto her back and broke into a jog. Before long, they arrived at the Nokani building. Norikawa thanked Miku as she sat him down on the sidewalk, and the two parted ways. What? At long last, he arrived at the Nokani building, where the event was being held. At long last, the wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about Burning Hammer. "Get it or regret it." Seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is blatantly false advertising. The messaging was kind of a mess. Felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. Norikawa avoided the elevator in favor of the stairs, rushing up to the event site on the 3rd floor. Why? Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Oh, I expected no one to show up. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs, most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. It appeared that the event had yet to begin. Norikawa quickly looked over the crowd. Yeah, I know it can be popular, but I was not expecting it in the story to have people. I expected it to just be failure. Roughly half of the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. For some of them at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. You can tell this is a very Japanese game with the comments about the weight. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. Hello again, Thomas. Did you make it to work? Did you smash up the place in anger? A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist though? Oh well. Norikawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. Well, Japan, amongst many East Asian cultures, don't really mince words about commenting on weight. If you put on just a tiny bit more weight, they'll just mention it to you straight up. Try buying clothes there, and it's not uncommon for them to go, "Oh, you're just so fat, we don't have your size." And basically anything that is not not their size, is considered too much. Like, even if you're at a healthy weight, and you're just bigger than the average Japanese size, then yeah, you're gonna get that comment. It happens even in other countries, and yeah. It's interesting. Norikawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode.
Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting.
At the presenter's cue, the cat mascot appeared and took the stage. Oh, he is terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. The audience broke into applause. After waiting patiently for the applause to die down, the cat produced a small box from which she slowly pulled a pendant, set with a blue stone. It certainly wasn't a diet drink, whatever it was. And Rikawa wasn't the only one who quickly realized this wasn't a burning hammer sample. After staring for a moment, the rest of the crowd began to fly into an uproar. "Quiet!" the cat shouted. Taken aback, the crowd quieted down. The cat held the pendant up high so that everyone could get a look at it. "Do not take your eyes off this pendant. If you do, you will die." A jolt of panic shot through the room. Do they look panicked to you? Do these ladies look panicked to you? They don't. The one on the left does not look amused. The one right behind her is wondering if she left the oven on or not. One on the right is like, okay, go on, just amuse us. I know this is not gonna work. The one behind her, leaning to the right, is just confused. Yeah, interesting facial expressions as well. Slowly, the cat began to swing the pendant back and forth. What? Norikawa couldn't quite recall what happened after that. When he came to his senses, he had already pulled 10,000 yen bill from his wallet, handing it to the man he assumed was the demo organizer. In exchange, he received a pendant, the same as the one the cat had been holding.
I've done it.
Norikawa muttered to himself excitedly. Clutching the pendant in his hand, he could feel the energy it radiated coursing throughout his body. The cat's monotone chanting from the stage sounded in his ears like a chorus of angels. Overwhelmed by a feeling of ecstasy, he could scarcely contain it. Norikawa repeated his words to himself.
I've done it. With this, I'll be the greatest writer the world has ever seen. My articles will stir the emotions of the entire human race. They'll laugh. They'll cry. They'll tremble with fear. They'll jump for joy.
No longer was a Pulitzer Prize a mere dream. It was practically already his. The prize awarded for excellence in journalism, literature, music composition, named for American journalism Joseph Pulitzer, active during the late 19th and early 20th century, and administered by Columbia University, to whom he willed all of his money in order to establish a journalism school. 3 Japanese photographers have been awarded the prize in the past: Yasushi Nagao, Yoichi Sawada, and Toshio Sakai. Norikawa he needed to tell someone how excited he was. The miracle he had attained, he wasn't going to just squander it on himself. Oh no. The journalist of his stature needed to share what he knew with all of humanity. He opened up his laptop. He booted up his word processing program. He deleted all of the articles he'd been working on. Yeah, this is a bad end, obviously. He knew what he really needed to write. Special edition report on the Miracle Stone, only in 4-star General Gossip spring issue. Must have stone already in many fashionistas' collections. Look out, world, mysterious gemstone set to change international balance of power. Blessed by the Miracle Stone, get your hot stock tips here. The pages originally slated for the pros and cons of security cameras and washed-up screenwriters were instead filled with glowing praise and rave reviews for the Miracle Stone. But it's not gonna sell. Never had Murakawa been more proud of his work. Back at the 4-star General Gossip headquarters, Minorikawa handed his articles to Toyama, who was sitting glumly at his desk. Toyama looked them over slowly, then there was a lingering silence. Finally he spoke, his voice subdued, his words crystal clear. Yeah, this is all getting Desperate though he was for copy, Toyama still rejected Minorikawa's article, probably a good indication of how bad they really were. Maybe the Miracle Stone wasn't the breaking story Minorikawa wanted it to be. Toyama and her pals really need to be selling Burning Hammer instead. I'm getting a bad end with every choice in this chapter. When Thomas finally gets a face cam, he plans on doing the Tama dance. Alright, let's play as Tama. Bottles of burning hammer littered the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Even if the recycling guy was really careless with the boxes, it shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. Looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. The heck with this thing? I toss away the Miracle Stone, which has clearly brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product demo without a product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I'm trying to give myself a pep talk. I hear the doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I break my mind for the best course of action, and at long last I arrive at a conclusion. Somehow or another I'm going to have to sell some Burning Hammer. B, I'll just have to find something else to sell. We have to sell Burning Hammer because selling this... Well, let's sell this anyway. I'll just have to find something else to sell. Now what could that something be? I'm trying to think. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my brain searching desperately for a solution. Stone. The Anagochis. Nah, not exactly a must-have product. And even if we could sell a few, I don't know what that would say about the folks carrying them around. It's for the whole world if we keep them off the streets. Let's see, what else? I've got it. Pick up the Miracle Stone I just tossed away, launching it firmly in my mate. I tilt my gaze toward the heavens and make a wish. Please, grant me a miracle. My wish is wanted. I'd like one, please. I'll take 10. Mr. Yanagishita can barely keep up with the demand as the crowd clamors for their miracle stones. Everyone is smiling and laughing, their bodies enthusiastically swaying to and fro. You are happy, and you are happy. You are all very happy. Standing on stage, I hold up my miracle stone, swinging it like a pendulum as I recite my magic little chant. Bye, bye. Bye, a miracle stone. Oh, the splitter is working, but the audio is really quiet. I'm scamming Japanese ladies and selling them useless stones. Which capture card are you using, by the way? I don't think I have gain set up on my... Yeah, I don't actually have gain set up on my capture card source at all. Like, audio is loud enough. I've never used AverMedia. I use the Elgato. Stone. Oh, stone. Stone. The room vibrates with cheering and rumbles with applause. It really is like a miracle. I think I've actually turned this disaster around. It's really odd that the splitter is lowering the volume. That is really strange. I wouldn't expect it to happen. Whoever smashed all the burning hammer, I don't know who you are or where you are. But thank you. I realize now that I'm crying tears of joy. I've never felt satisfaction like I feel right now. Seeing all these blissful customers purchasing one miracle stone after another. Well, Fred, simple thing happened. I controlled Tama. I decided to... Well, because I couldn't sell the burning hammer drink, all the bottles were smashed up by Archie. I decided to sell something else, and that's the miracle stones, scam stones. And somehow I managed to hypnotize all the ladies to buy the stones. Now everyone is doing the song and dance for the stone. Feels like nothing could possibly go wrong. Honestly, I'm just grateful to God that I get to be here right now. It's a bad end though, I'm pretty sure it's a bad end. I have the utmost conviction that this is where my life truly begins. Bad end. It's not long after that epic sales event that I'm hired on by Yamato Health Foods Corporation Limited. Pretty soon after that, I'm on a plane bound for South America. I'm on a business trip to purchase our next product, Amazonian Miracle Mud. Bad end. I'm making money, but it's still a bad end. South American business trip. Tama prospers in her new life as an employee of Yamato Health Foods. This is but one possible future for her, and hey, maybe it's even a pretty decent one. Still, wouldn't you like to see what happens if she sticks to Burning Hammer? No, we still haven't settled out my condition yet for singing. We still don't know who Tama really is. I'm pretty sure she's the kidnapped girl, Maria. When she finally does the face reveal, we have to go like a Mexican telenovela.
Maria.
Okay. Best course of action, we're selling the Burning Hammer. Somehow or another I'm going to have to sell, yep. Somehow or another I'm going to have to sell some Burning Hammer. Flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get Burning Hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles, and possibly water it down some. Getting this stuff sold is my only option. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes when I notice an odd mark that's stamped on it. Wait a second. I've seen this before. Recall something Chewie said earlier. This is the sort of thing they sell in 100-yen shops or something. Eureka! Yep, burning hammer top left. Mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it, I can see if there's more in the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can run. Or the same knick-knack shop as Minorikawa was. A glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwindling light in the distance. Point is, there is not much. As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone. We know who it is, we saw the red. It's Chewie. Oh hey, you've had it? She asks. He makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet. I think we can stock up at the 100-yen shop. Doors are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. Yeah, if you don't need to buy PS3 games, that's nice. I never did anything to my PS3. Maybe I should look into it, but whatever. Doesn't really matter now. I've been thinking of streaming Lost Odyssey, a 360 game. It was good. I mean, I didn't finish it. I think I got to disc 2. I think it has 4 discs. Disc 2 or disc 3, something like that. But maybe that'll be later. I have a lot of games I'm thinking of streaming, but Lost Odyssey. It's a JRPG by Mistwalker. The studio set up by the creator of the Final Fantasy series after leaving Square Enix. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it. Give it to me. Chewie nods, and I break back into a run. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I am in luck. I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. It's packed with tiny bottles. There is no mistaking the nauseous red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, right? There is 50 bottles per box. And there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen, including tax, I can buy the whole lot with the 20,000 I've got in my wallet. Mr. Yanagishita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen apiece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debts, no problem. Oh, what's the deal with you? Oh. Wow, what's the deal with you? Sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup. Wait, the sales clerk is the same guy who was on the bike. Like, it's like a really small world, this game. This stuff, I'd like your entire stock. Point at the burning hammer, and the cleric makes an awkward face. I'm afraid that's already been solved. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in the right mind could possibly want all of this. He's dressed up like Goku. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you've got to help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell them I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? He said she'd be by ASAP. Oh, shit, the buyer is Miku. The girl who just bumped into Minorikawa. earlier. After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. And she's not gonna show up immediately because the thing is, Norikawa bumped into her, but then I punched her. By punching her, she started beating me up. And after she beat me up, she recognized me and then took me to the building. If I don't punch her, it's Norikawa, then she doesn't recognize me and she doesn't waste time beating me up and taking me to the building. After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say.
That's odd.
Sales clerk murmurs.
He said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but
Please.
it's out of my hands.
By now, the sales demo has already started. I come back empty-handed. What was the point of all this effort? Give me.
I already said I can't do that.
Give me.
Will you please wait a moment?
Why did I spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put the stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? Why am I streaming this game? What was it all for?
Look over there, it's a chupacabra.
Oh, yeah, look over there. It's a chupacabra.
Huh?
Oink. Using the moment, I snatch up the boxes of burning hammer and make a run for it.
Hey, hold it right there, miss.
Sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Woof. I'm on my way right past him. I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop. At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle. I'm gonna set the place on fire. Some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red polyethylene container. Sales clerk eyes go wide, his stare fixed on something on the sidewalk nearby. Cigarette? Yep. It's a cigarette. No. The burning butt ignites the liquid in a sudden massive blaze. And now for today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Nakawacho, in Shibuya, cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitnesses report seeing an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remains at large. We're just getting bad end after bad end in this chapter. But at least we know what the problem is. Led the country. Tama wound up as a prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might never have happened, to say nothing of the rest. As a matter of fact, the buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. That someone's actions at 1305 are the key to changing Tama's fate. We know who it is. You just have to piece all the pieces together. I'm not going for, I could go for all bad endings. I was actually curious about seeing some of the bad endings in the previous chapter. But I didn't go back. Sorry. He bowed his head in apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in an argument now. But the girl didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip.
Look, I'm sorry for not looking where I was going.
Norikawa could barely croak out his apology.
Fine. I'll let it slide this once,
The girl said. She relaxed her hold with a scowl.
Wait, hold on a moment.
She stared good and hard at Minrikawa's face.
Hey, you're Miss Minrikawa.
Surprised, Minrikawa gave her another look.
Miku?
Yeah. Wow, so you do remember me.
She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she had just been wringing his neck.
Wow. How long has it been?
5 years?
About 5 years, I think. You still doing your bonsai stuff?
No, she replied, give that up. Yeah, we already know that. Bonsai champion. The text is different. Mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art is attracting more young people. So are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners. As are fruit-bearing trees such as plum-leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss, shaped to look like cute little miniature planets with plants growing over their surface. One day, local delinquents and vandalized Morikawa met her, interviewed her. Wanna get strong, beat them up. Then he referred her to a dojo. Got her strong, that sort of girl I am, that's the same text. But she's holding it now instead of showing it to him so closely. Bright, let's see what the text says. A show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial arts fighters who were facing financial difficulties. There's an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drink. Place where you can watch girls fight, yeah, that sounds pretty fun, yes, same text. He's a reigning champion. Good thing I apologized when I did, yeah. In that case, definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now I'm in a sort of hurry though, yeah, sure. Catch you later then. She headed into the shop as Minrikawa rushed off toward the sales demo. Long last, he arrived at the Nokani building, where the event was being held. The wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about Burning Hammer. Oh, by the way, guys, since some people here on my Discord, have you guys been getting friend requests from people in the Discord? Because I've had some people message me about that. Oh, you did too? Has it happened more than once, or is it just once? Because today it happened. I've had 2 people message me about it. I'll look into it. Yep, that's the one, Blues. I'm not sure if it's a bot or is it just somebody who's kind of being clueless. Alright, so these posters are the same as we've just read earlier. Avoided the elevator, yes. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Opening the door, he saw about 50 chairs, most of them occupied by female attendees. There's a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. The event had yet to begin. Rikawa quickly looked over the crowd. Somewhat elderly, could stand to lose some weight. Ship sailed a long time ago. Beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Yes, yes. Gonna have to wait and see, and did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. Basically, I need to play as Tama and get the boxes. Continue the story properly. As everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on stage began performing magic tricks. He twirled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside it. Brass applause rose up from the crowd. They looked more excited than they would be about the drink. The young woman immediately went on to perform another trick, and then another. Ta-da! Coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought. But whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted the man who looked like he was probably in charge. Rikawa headed over to him. Hey you, the one running this thing? Oh, well, yes. When is the actual sales demo going to start? Soon, very soon, yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon. Real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes... If it doesn't start, then what? Going to be heartbroken, I'm going to start a ruckus, I'm just gonna go home. I'm gonna start a ruckus. I'm going to start a ruckus. He kept his voice firm, his words short and clipped. Hey now, no need for that, sir, just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, you, a minute can't have passed already. 1 minute? Whoa. Just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. Oh, well, you know, no real reason, really. The man was getting seriously flustered. I just, you know, wanted folks to get to see a little magic show first. Nope, try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is, the required merchandise, What happened to the merchandise? Minorikawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Oh, well, you know, it's just, time's up. What? The man's face went pale. Keep out. We need to actually do Tama's thing. But it should be unlocked now. There we go. Knick-knack shop. Already been sold. Maybe it actually does work. It's out of my hands. Yeah, it's good to get in touch with the buyer. Be buy And then she comes. Yep, it's her, like I said. Even as I'm speaking with the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've come to pick up something I reserved, she says. This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep, and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. You can do. I haven't seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Really don't need this many, though. I do. Oh. Only you don't need this many, though. I do. I make my living with my body. This is about how much I'll need. Saying you make your living with your body sounds wrong. Phrasing. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, wow. The sales clerk interjects. What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. No, sometimes you can make a living with your brain. Which is part of your body, I suppose. I find at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it. It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, the sales clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement. Boy, they have cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? Seriously, never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap. The sales clerk explains. Membership cap. At present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allotted number of members, and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. Do you have a membership, Zachary? So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? Oh. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Will you accept a challenge from me? I ask. Challenge? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Look at the guy in the middle. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here? She asks. I intend to find out. Oh wow, the sales clerk exclaims. You just got to see this. I think I came in my pants. Glad to have him egging us on. Well, if you set a fight on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet. We've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I've gotta win this. Somehow or another, I've got to. I've got to be good at something. Easy off, I guess. This fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. We know she's a good fighter already. I address my opponent. By challenge, I naturally mean, let's do rock, paper, scissors, let's play a rhyming game. Let's have ourselves straight up fight. What do you guys pick? Pick one. You want me to fight? Rhyming game? Rock, paper, scissors. Should we just go with a fight? Fight, fight, fight. Let's go with a fight. Let's have ourselves a straight up fight. Noel grins nice and wide, like she'd been waiting to hear me say that. Okay, you're on. Name's Miku, by the way.
Challenge accepted.
Round 1. Fight. Miku and I march out of the shop, not on the pavement. We stare each other down.
So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer.
Miku says,
And if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it.
"Huh? Isn't that a little unfair?"
You don't like it, then it's no fight, no deal.
I don't have time to rethink this. Alright.
Ready whenever you are.
Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. Training technique for boxing involves practicing strikes, guards, and evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there.
Oh, what's the deal?
Something going on?
It's a street fight.
A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows, and some of them stop to form a small crowd. Archie, Endo, and Hitomi Osawa, they pass by while running away from some mysterious foreigners. Okay, so Archie is here. Rough-looking fellas. Saozo and his underling, Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryugumi Yakuza Syndicate. Tenryugumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and these two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. They've already collected for one client today. Next, they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. Where is Archie Endo? Where's the other two? I don't see them. Sales demo has already started by now. I don't have time to move around here. Watch as Miku starts up her footwork. Left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's a champion.
Yeah.
Immediately follows up the jab with a right hook. Double punching while swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. Mixed martial arts bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook, catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately into a takedown and a pin. Majorca assigned at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Mika's shoulder. She slips off balance and pitches forward.
Oh wow, what is that?
The crowd has started clamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into fighting stance. What the hell? She doesn't seem to know what just happened.
Yeah.
This time I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. A reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance. Gotcha, she calls out. It was a feint. There is a visceral whoomp as the second kick connects, one coming at me from a different angle. But I have a lot of padding.
Well, what gives?
My big mascot head serves as cushion for the blow to the point that I barely feel it.
Yeah.
She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. Eventually, I catch hold of her foot. Holding her off balance, I begin to walk her backwards, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. Casual flip of my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air.
Oh. Ooh.
Crowd erupts into cheering and applause at the spectacle.
You're tough. Who the heck are you?
As you can see, I am a cat. A wide smile comes to Miku's face.
You think a bright competitor would lose in a street fight? Guess it is time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today's the day I retire.
Good match there. Miku clasps my hand firmly.
And hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you.
Human rights democracy. What's up with the graffiti in the back? They lived happily ever after. The end. I hoist up the boxes of the night drink. So, how much does this come to? I asked the sales clerk. He's not gonna let me pay because he enjoyed this spectacle. He shakes his head.
Don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something.
Heck, even I am shocked at what just happened. Amazing what a little desperation will do for you.
And that move you used, that was some Aikijutsu, right? Aikijutsu, right?
Traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate an opponent's first move and instantaneous counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more specific Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Yes. Hold my head, non-committally.
Come now, don't need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see him.
Knick-knack shop owner Taisei Yasuda watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He's particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid. He's thus far only waffled non-committally outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whenever he wants if he's letting me have the drinks for free. This is going to be a lifesaver.
Is that all the shopping you'll be doing with us today?
He asks. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I'd say.
Sure thing.
Would you please not sell that necklace there? Promise I'll be back to buy it later.
Sure, no problem.
Yes. The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I've just got to get back to the sales demo.
Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly?
Sales clerk indicates the hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes onto the cart and rush back to the Nakani building. By now, the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. Come on, Tama, you can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Oops, sorry to keep you waiting.
You're late. What the heck have you been doing?
Mr. Yanagishita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Who is that guy? We can swap. No, we cannot. Not at this moment. Doesn't look like a customer.
Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute.
Follow Mr. Yanagishita into the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. Look, I got the product back. Proudly open up one of the cardboard boxes.
Oh, it's Burning Man. It really, really is.
Nagishita clutches the box closed, nuzzling it with his cheek. How is the demo going, I ask?
I've got Chiri keeping them occupied with some magic trick.
Holy shit. Thinks you can finish it. I sneak a peek through the door and see Chiri guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. Is that really a magic trick?
If it buys us time, it's magic enough.
Before long, the loss of the juice is gone. Holy shit, look at the way... Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupts into sincere applause. They've forgotten what they originally came here for. Jimmy comes back to the break room, positively drenched in sweat. I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little longer.
No, that was fantastic, Chiri.
Mr. Yanagishita says.
Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we had enough time to get the burning hammer back.
He bows profusely.
Alright, now it's time for the main event. Cherry, go out there and guzzle down some burning hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it?
Aye, aye, boss.
And Tama, just go up there, smile all big, and say, "This helped me lose a bunch of weight too." Got it?
Got it.
Good. Now then, Yanagishi did justice to a man.
Oh, Yanagishi done justice to a man I hadn't noticed before, who's been waiting quietly nearby.
Of course. Beg your pardon, miss.
It's a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try to get me out of my masked suit. If they reveal Tama, it's gonna be Maria. Masamichi Fukuma, employee of Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma. This is one of the few people who know what Shigemichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year, dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Nonetheless, the son has acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. Imagine if your parents just shows up in a rabbit suit. Parents' Day.
Oh, that's odd.
Rental guy tilts his head.
What's the matter?
Gishida asks nervously.
Yeah, this is a no-go.
Rental guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit.
This here zipper, it's all jammed up. It's going to take a long time to get this thing off. What the hell?
Mr. Yanagishita clutches the side of his head. Rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. Rental guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's mewling.
Was that you?
He looks at me confused. Did you hear a cat meowing?
Yes.
Was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. I must be hearing things. Just my imagination.
What was that?
Mr. Yanagishita and Jimmy don't seem to have heard anything. Yanagishita is fuming.
Just my luck. I finally find a cute model, and the crowd's never going to see her.
Hey boss, Jimmy says, customers aren't gonna leave if he keeps them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions?
Chiriku's repertoire of impressions. See a lion yawning, a harbor seal hailing a cab, a walrus reading sutras, a fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on his back, a stellar sea lion taking a nap. Why is it sea lion walruses? What? No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just gonna have to go out there dressed like that.
Are you sure? I ask.
If those people go home, we're done for.
He exclaims.
You just gotta get out there and get started. I'm counting on you two. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting.
Man, the way they're looking at him. Jimmy and I spring into action on stage.
But now, I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there is
every seat in the house is packed. That means there is about 40 people here. You only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. Hit with a sudden jolt of motivation.
Wait, if they're trying to sell it for 10,000 each, they say, there is no way they're spending that much, man.
Now to explain just how this revolutionary... Oh, that's Cheery.
Now to explain how this revolutionary new diet drinks works magic.
Cheery begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Cheery will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you will be shedding weight, right? Here is how Burning Hammer works. It activates the capsaicin found in chili peppers. Primary spice component of the chili peppers is said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it is also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defense. Pause to take a deep breath before continuing. And effectively breaks down the triglycerides responsible for causing obesity. Though the term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight, obesity is in the clinical sense is a medical condition involving interrelated health issues including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And I remember sometimes when I was in school in Malaysia, they would actually send people to the school to advertise their products, like yogurt drinks and stuff like that, and they expect us to sit there and just watch them. The school obviously got some money out of it, but it's still ridiculous. I know a guy who never bought a pen in his life, and that's because of events like that. He would show up, they'd give you a pen, and he just never needed to buy a pen. This was back in the day where people actually used pens and not just computers. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Cheery steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Cheery holds a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. She's already sweating.
Here's,
she says. As she opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up.
hold on, she's already sweating pretty hard.
She's right. Cheery's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious. All of that
Just drinking from earlier. That was all just to make you sweat like that, weren't it?
All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking Burning Hammer makes you sweat way more than this. A rush to towel off Cheery's sweat for her.
Go on, hurry up, drink it.
Oh, go on, hurry up, drink it down. Cheery's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Why isn't it working? I exclaim, the audience momentarily forgotten.
I guess I've already sweat it out too much.
Cheery replies, unfazed. And why were you sweating so much?
Nick, you were taking forever at the 100 yen shop.
Fuck. She fucked it up. Crowd shifts from uproar into riot.
Did she just say 100 yen shop?
Scowling customers begin to close in.
No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. Please just listen.
Oh, we can see
what's going on here.
The situation has gotten out of our control.
Nick, this product is so valuable that a 100 yen shop is about the only way we could get it.
Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. Customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Please let me apologize. Asking for forgiveness seems to be the only option. Haha, just kidding, that was a joke. Uncle Lamb chops. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. I'm gonna say it's a joke. It's a prank, bro. It's a prank. Just kidding. That was just a joke. You just gotta play this off smooth. I mean, seriously, there's no way you'd find something this high quality in a 100 yen shop. Wipe is streaming down my brow.
Really now? Says one woman in the crowd. How about we find out?
He takes out her cell phone.
There's someone who runs one of the stores.
Oh, wait. Let's not be hasty now.
Why? What's wrong?
Oh, it's just... You don't need to go out of your way like that.
You said you were joking, didn't you? So it shouldn't matter if I make the call right now.
Ah, well... Slip into a nervous coughing fit. Absolutely sweating bullets inside my cat suit now.
Amma,
Shouts Mr. Yanagishita as he rushes out of the break room.
what the heck are you doing? Abort.
He howls.
Don't let these people know the truth about this stuff. They'll never buy it.
The fuck is wrong with these people? Uh-oh. Now you've done it.
Oh, now you've done it.
Jimmy doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him, or stare ferocious.
Oh, whoops.
Realizing what he just blurted out, Mr. Yanagishita is aghast. Now there really is no saving this. Customers descend upon Mr. Yanagishita, the wrath and terror to behold.
So then it is true. What the hell are you trying to pull? I believe you try to sell the scrap for these prices.
Thongs go on the attack.
Help.
Jimmy and I force our way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. Is that a needle? What is she holding there? The shouts are accompanied by merciless open-handed slaps. I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Maybe now it's gonna be taken off. Finally, the storm passes. And it's all destroyed.
It's over. It's all over.
Mr. Yanagishita wails to the empty room.
Boss, not getting paid.
Even Shiri seems hesitant to ask.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, obviously.
Yanagishita doesn't so much as look up, his shoulders slump further in defeat.
I'll take payment in kind then.
Shiri says,
And if I take this burning hammer home with me?
Sure,
Yanagishita says lifelessly.
go right ahead.
Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama.
Shiri picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out.
Sir?
Oh, sir? It's a man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals.
Oh, right. How much was it again?
Mr. Yanagishita rummages in his pockets.
Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I have to add the full cost of the catsuit to your bill.
Your total comes to 200,000 yen.
What's that? 200 yen?
No, sir. 200,000.
Sorry, I can't hear it all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum.
200,000 yen, sir.
Okay.
Yanagishita takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guy furrows his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it.
I understand that, but I don't got no more than this.
Don't got no more, sir. Please, you're not a child.
Then give me a discount. Make it 20,000.
Look at the whiskers on Thomas' face. Instead of the 200 you owe. You know I can't do that, sir. Mr. Yanagishita refuses to back down.
Ah, that's right. Insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit wound up damaged.
No, you didn't.
No, I did.
You did not, sir.
No, I did.
Then where's your paperwork to prove it?
Yanagishita
calmly claps a hand to his chest.
Right here. The paperwork is here inside my heart.
Rental guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. Believe me, I feel his pain. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss. His father. Shigemichi Fukuma, president and owner of Far East Costume Rentals, notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favorite rabbit costume. To Shigemichi, his costumes are like his children. If he were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yanagishita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, stomps his way out of the room. Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagishita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir. I say as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, a sobbing mess.
You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless.
I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it.
At this point, there is nothing more I can possibly do.
He stumbles forward, trembling like a willow tree. Does a willow tree tremble? Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure.
You don't know me like I know me,
he says.
There is not going to be any turnaround. Not after this.
Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, you think you're the only person who's had a run of bad luck. You are dead wrong. Wound up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Yanagishita whips his head back.
Yikes, where did that come from?
I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia. Yanagishita's eyes go wide.
What?
Remember anything from before this morning? In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas in endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. I did say it's amnesia. I said it very early on. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanagishita looks at me with a hint of disbelief.
So, Where did you get the name Tama from then?
I thought of it when I saw the tamagoyaki in those lunchboxes.
Tamagoyaki. Mama. I get it.
Yeah, it was obvious. He clamps himself on the thighs as if he's had some big eureka moment.
But wait, how come you lost your memories?
Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse, with a massive headache.
A storehouse?
A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange, dim place. Yeah, I just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir.
Oh, really? Oh, is it pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are?
It sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is, but it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue.
What sort of clue?
There was a necklace I saw at that knick-knack shop, the same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow I know that it's important to me.
Oh, you took this job so you could afford to buy it.
Why not? Of course. Now that the job has ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it.
Okay then.
It's like Yanagishita removes his shoe, then yanks out the insoles, and he's gonna give her the money.
This here really is the loss of my money.
Pulls out the 20,000 yen, gives it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and thrusts it all towards me.
Here you go.
He says,
That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up.
Lock up two of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingers. Actually, didn't have to pay for it, so the 20,000 we agree upon is fine. How about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this?
Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow. I'm sure of it. And then,
Watching his fist, Mr. Yanagishita gets a far-off look in his eye.
and then, one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight.
The jaw nearly drops. Right, like the martial arts mob?
Wait, you know about bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place.
Wow, it is a small world.
Especially that Miko. I wonder how much she has made me spend.
Miku, huh? Pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods.
To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from someone pretty shady, from some pretty shady sources too.
I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a real raw deal.
Why don't you take that mascot costume with you?
What? I mean, I don't really need it.
No, I insist. Take it with my blessing.
Oh, sure, it's not like I can take it off. I'll be on my way then. Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I'd noticed earlier, one I didn't recognize. Odd, the sales demo's over. Wonder why he's still here. I give him a faint nod, and he nods back before slipping into the demo room. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. Last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the cat suit to the man from the rental place. Oh, I can't just walk around down wearing the thing. Stick out like sore thumb. Figure it's best to just leave it behind. And then it dawns on me. Hold on, I still can't get this thing off. It's time I skinned this cat. I need to get rid of this costume. It's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. Figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop. This is. Get rid of this costume, whatever it takes. No, head to the knick-knack shops. Popular folk etymology asserts that the expression "let the cat out of the bag" comes from the unscrupulous practices of certain farmers who would sell a pig at market only to deceive the buyer by surreptitiously swapping out the purchased porker for a cat. Likelihood of anyone mistaking a cat, even one inside a bag, for a pig is, however, extremely low. Let alone the likelihood that enough people would fall for such a scheme to warrant a phrase referring to it entering the language. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Keep out. At least we didn't die. Oh. Okay, we can just continue here.
I just, you know, I wanted to.
Oops, alright. Second left, 30 seconds, alright. What happened? Gave a guy. Alright, thumbs up. There's a keep out still. How? Do I need to go to Tama now? Okay, keep out this back. Yeah, I think we need to jump here. Yep, now it works. Alright, furry figure came charging into the demo room. Crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes.
You're late.
The event organizer snapped.
What the heck have you been doing?
Grabbing the newcomer by the paw, vanished with her right into the back room. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared.
Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting.
He called out.
But now, I'm proud to introduce you the world sensation that is Burning Hammer.
We have different camera angles. At a signal, the young woman and the cat appeared on stage. Now it's just how it's work, yeah, woman exclaimed cheerily. Cat nodded and threw out her arms. For the first time, yeah, a single bottle was a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn the excess weight away. With that, the sales demo was underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamor filled the room. Heck, are you trying to pull? Can't believe you actually tried to sell something like this. Outrage has been triggered by something the young woman on stage had said. She'd inadvertently let slip that Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100-yen shop. Would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now the organizer, the full-figured young woman, and the girl in the cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gotten pretty interesting, really. Nurakawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Some modern digital cameras come with remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. Modern. This is old technology. Remember, this is 2007 when the game was made. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of people smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognizing faces in the wood grain of ceilings. After all, if we can make out faces in the wood when we're gazing lazily up at the ceiling, we can't fault the camera for doing the same. Unfortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room.
Fine, I guess I'll just need to do some interviews instead of getting a picture. Excuse me, he asked one woman. Would you mind if I asked you some...
Shut your mouth.
Would you mind telling me a little about...
Don't you talk to me.
Could I get a word on...
Unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
The women were so enraged that Minorukawa couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Before long, the entire crowd had surged out of the room and departed.
Oh well, guess I've got enough to do a write-up at least. Though it would be nice to get a code from somebody.
He decided to try for an interview with the man who had organized this fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about the product scam falling through? Heading back into the event room, Minorukawa passed by the cat mascot. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected that Burning Hammer had been a bust.
Hey, I'm Minoru Minorukawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time.
The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays.
Oh, it's you.
The man's voice had lost all of his earlier punch.
Here, my credentials.
Minorukawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagishita, and Minorukawa got right down to business.
So, your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagishita. How do you feel right now?
How do I feel? Well, tomorrow is another day, I guess. Minorukawa was impressed by the guy's candor.
I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed.
Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts, and I lost. Nagishita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything.
Debts?
Minorukawa asked.
There was a girl I was in love with.
Nagishita said.
I wound up spending everything on her.
He stared wistfully into the distance.
Ah, interesting,
Minorukawa said.
You wouldn't be the first man to go to such lengths for a woman.
Yeah, Nagishita said. I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minorukawa as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself. Yanagishita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off. No?
You got that right.
Minorukawa nodded in agreement. Oh, I just figure, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Yanagishita's forlorn expression. Minorukawa wished Toyama would have been there to hear this fellow.
I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself,
Minorukawa said, the same debt collectors for both of them.
He runs a publishing company. There was a big mix-up with the scratch cards in his magazine and...
Scratch cards?
It's not important,
Minorukawa said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favors.
Anyhow, debt is a terrible thing,
Minorukawa nodded sagely.
Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya.
SOS? Yanagishita shook his head. No,
Never heard of them.
Guess I'm not going to get any leads on that case here. Nurikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Yanagishita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Why not? Survey. Taking a little bit of the burden of Chiaki seemed like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Oh. How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling. You can't repay your debts. And yet you still refuse to give up. Believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Nagishita paused and thought. I would say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Nurikawa was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure, I can't pay off my debts. But even so, Nagishita looked Nurikawa right in the eye. The two cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright. Nurikawa was surprised. And I mean, so what if I've got debts? Nagishita went on. In the long run, none of that matters. Not really. There was a knock at the door. The debtors. Oh, excuse me a moment, Nagishita said. I wonder who that could be. He opened the door and his face froze. Damn. Wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Minorikawa. Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here. No, if you don't mind. Ah, sure, not a problem. I've got other interviews I need to get to anyway. So, I'll just... But Nagishita was out the door before Minorikawa could even finish. It's the debt collectors. I held him up, and he got taken by the debt collectors. Stepping out in the hallway, Minorikawa could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagishita and two other men. Minorikawa couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. There's probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You hang in there, Mr. Yanagishita. They're gonna ship him off to a boat. Oh, perfect timing. Nurikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. It was the man he had spoken to earlier that afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. What is it? I'm real busy right now. Stop making me crave burgers, Zach. I really should make some bread and make myself a burger one of these days. Again, it's been a while since I made one. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Nurikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner. A foreigner in handcuffs. Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Nurikawa furrowed his brow. The suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Well, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterwards, the man said. Afterwards? Well, you can always make your own bread and burger. Well, you're a vegetarian, though. Make your own veggie burger. I just haven't been able to buy burger buns that is actually better than the one I make. So why bother buying? The man leaned in conspiratory alley. Detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off.
Wow, what?
I'm telling you, man. It had to have been like a bribe or something.
Bribe?
That seemed unlikely. I swear, that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on.
You're not making this all up, are you?
Norikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away.
Why do I have to?
Norikawa asked.
If you have a tip for the police, you'll give it yourself.
He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. Besides, they're never gonna believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe he had a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? Cops will totally take your word over that for random nobody. Norikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around.
What thugs? What line of business are you in anyway?
What? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops. I gotta get going. He skittered off in alarm. Norikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. Just kill the mosquito. Fuck these mosquitoes. They show up out of nowhere. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. Before long, he arrived back at Café Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. He had somehow to fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to have him published into collect. He booted up his laptop.
What's with this coffee shop?
Said in a low, stern voice.
You've got no good magazines here.
Oh, it's not him. And Rikawa looked up. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who had been yelling at his daughter earlier. He's still around. Evidently he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. Haven't you got any magazine for me to read? Man's face was a mask of irritation. I don't even remember what voice we picked for this guy. Rikawa glanced over at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared toward a younger reader. Waitress sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the bag. Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir, she said. She held out an issue of 4-star general gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minrikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minrikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found a scratch card still inserted within. These things were still out there. It was bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. Norikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti.
The magazine itself is still perfectly readable,
Norikawa said.
There is no problem here.
He strode back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. Damn. Did she get kidnapped and murdered? He picked up right away. Hello?
Hello,
Minrikawa asked.
Hey there, good to hear from you.
Chiaki replied. How is progress?
Did it?
Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion.
Nice to get people to hear me out.
Of course you did. You got your pointers from me.
Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino.
Mood had done a complete 180. Rikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said. Then back to the editing department and put together an article for me.
You got it, sir.
Chiaki chirped in reply. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Murakawa told her. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout. Abbreviation for desktop publishing refers to the process of editing a manuscript's layout on a computer preparatory to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing but has not actually been printed yet is also sometimes called DTP.
Sure thing.
Inurikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeves. He sure wasn't towing a pretty narrow line today. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back toward his laptop, however, he froze with shock. Blue screen of death. What? His laptop monitor was still a black, empty screen. There's no way it would take this long to finish booting up. Well, when he got run over by the ladies, this happened. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. And his computer decided to pick now, of all times, to give up the ghost. Reminds me of the night before my bachelor's degree project was due. My laptop just died. Nurikawa felt the blood drain from his face. To be continued. Okay, so we at least finished one path completely. Kano, on the other hand, we still haven't caused a traffic jam, which we can probably cause with him. We need to make progress with Osawa, I think, to do stuff. But I think it's a good stopping point. We've been streaming for 8 hours today. It's long. 7 hours of this. One of Metal Gear, and I need to split the recording up because I forgot to stop the recording in between. How many hours do we have in this game so far? 16 hours and 11 minutes. That is long. But I think it's been a good stream. I think let's raid out Daniil streaming Breath of Fire 3. And tomorrow we can pick this back up to and see where we can get to. We got 22 bad endings so far. We haven't got real endings. But let's raid Daniil. And I am gonna catch you all later. Thanks to everyone who stopped by, lurked, chatted, or whatever. So yeah, see you tomorrow.